Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. It's time for more action here in the Champion of Champions Tour Season 2, Series 4 in North America. Just a few days ago, we saw the very first map selection of Train, for instance. It's been a season with some wild changes in between, and now, Dio, we've got one more day of action with 2 matches upcoming. I'm Toon, and I welcome everybody. Dio, how you doing, man?
I'm doing a little bit better. Thank you very much for asking, Toon. You know, barely getting away from that sickness that I was in. We're just barely starting to get our horses ready for the race that we're going to be having for today, because the matches that we're going to be spectating are going to be absolutely phenomenal. We're going to have Ultra Iron against Getting Info, a relatively new team within the series that has been making a lot of different impacts here and there, almost on the verge of making their way through towards the playoffs, and as well as Might against MCS Gaming. So we're going to have a lot of very heated matches, if I do say so myself, today. I mean, especially these two here within the North American season. I'm sorry, within the North America region. It's definitely one of those regions where you know that everything is extremely volatile, right? We had a couple of unfortunate situations yesterday, specifically within like Bad News Capybaras and Akimbo. Bad News Capybaras wasn't able to make it to their match, and today we're actually going to have the high matches. So these matches are going to decide who's going to go on towards the playoff.
For sure, these are qualification matches, everybody. You win it, you're in it. And given that this is the 4th series, well, there's already been some history in the North American region, but what's interesting about this particular series is that it's a series with a lot of debuts. You know, case in point, the 2 that we're about to see today, both Getting Info and Ultra Iron, were not competing in any previous series, and neither were, as far as I'm concerned, Might and MCS. So you will see a lot of interesting things happen in these playoffs because you've got a bunch of newcomers. And of course, let's talk about the roster, shall we? Because even though these are new teams, new squads, we do have some familiar faces here and there. You will see a familiar face in Getting Info, for instance, for us Mexicans. But yeah, let's take a look-see. First of all, oh, actually we got Getting Info first. Well, there's a familiar face who doesn't actually have a picture. It's Marque, alongside Vanity, Dea, Darty, and Dare. Those are the 5 players to compose Getting Info. And like I said, given the fact that Marque is between their lines, I am expecting something good. You don't see it here, but there's also Carson sitting in the back. So yeah, there's a lot of talent right here, Dio, and I'm expecting good things from them. They already made it all the way here, right? So yeah, what else can we say? They have not dropped a map so far in the series, but neither has their opponents. Would you please tell me who Altar Iron is composed of?
Of course, let's go ahead and check that out, because it is going to be Talon, Flo, Clipsera, Misha, and a stand-in right now, which is going to be Katie. So specifically, I want you guys to be on the lookout for, first and foremost, all these players from all of these teams are absolutely phenomenal. But the fact that we're actually not going to have Arias here within the squad today, he's going to be the one that is being replaced by Katie. So it's interesting to say the least, because these players have a little bit more of experience playing together, with a lot of maps played total of 33, with actually having a positive win rate on 18-15. So to say the least, it's quite interesting at the moment to see how they're going to be, matching up against this. But I really think that we should keep an eye out for Eclipsera, which are going to be absolutely going to be one of the players that makes the most impact about all these players within the formation. Specifically because of the way that, he tends to be able to always have utility within his hands in order to be able to support his teammates. So he's essentially like the support. He's like the white mage, right? He's like the one that you do not touch this guy, because he is the one that makes our kills.
Actually, speaking of util, given the maps that we're going to play, we already know the maps, but you'll see how important that util play is going to become just when we get to the videos, because we're about to head into 3 maps that are notoriously complicated to really manage your util in. You will see that the second map, I think, is the most crucial one at that. But let's take a look-see at the map vetoes, because the first 2 that are gone are Mirage on the side of Ultra Iron and Inferno on the side of Getting Info. The first map we're headed to is going to be the least played map of this series so far. It's Train. It made its debut just a couple of days ago with the match between Mythic and Regain, and it was a pretty big stomp on Mythic's side. 13-3 versus Regain, so more power to you. And here's what I'm telling you about the util distribution. Ancient is a map that's characterized by how well you can guard mid with your util and everything, maybe the ramp and stuff. But yeah, util management is going to be crucial today.
Yeah, definitely. Specifically as well, since the last map that we're going to be having after the bans is going to be Dust 2. So whenever you least expect it, I was actually talking with Evan Toon the other day, and he was like, generally whenever you pick Dust 2 and you don't leave it as a decider, that's a red flag, right? Because you're betting a little bit more on the tens of thousands of hours that you're supposed to have within Dust 2 as an individual player, rather than actually strategizing with your team. However, with Train being a new addition towards the map rotation, this specifically picked right here by Altar Iron, if I do recall correctly, we do see that Getting Info, while they do have a good amount of teammates that have tons of experience, Darty, Marque, Dea, we've seen all of them all around within different teams. That they have that experience within the map pools that are currently playing right now. But I'm gonna be real with you, specifically I fear a little bit for Marque, because Train isn't very popular here within Mexico in overall vicinities. However, I mean, if you're going to be going pro with this, you definitely know that you have to train a little bit on everything. So maybe that first map is going to be a bit of a rocky start for Getting Info. I definitely think that could bring at least a little bit of a situation coming forward. So I think that if Ultra Iron is going to win on their map pick, because that is their map pick, I think that Ancient and Dust 2 are definitely going to be where the most experience shines out right.
So you're telling me they need to train for Train, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Train is the newest addition, and it was competitive for a while. It just hasn't been in a long time. And it's also a very different map from what you could see in CSGO. The Train area in particular is much wider. Tackling A sites might not be quite as easy as it might have been before. Getting through underpass is a bit of a complicated issue as well. You usually would have somebody from CT guarding underpass, and then, well, looking at how the map is now, you could get really easily overwhelmed by the T sides. But still, there are a couple of key elements there that you need to really take care of, namely with the oppers. The second the AWP becomes available, you will definitely see the CTs taking it. If they outrun the smoke, I mean, there is a chance that they can outrun smokes when they enter A main and everything. So, yeah, the timing with util is going to be crucial. And like we said, it's not just about throwing things out there, it's about the management too. You want to give your team a chance to go for a second attempt at A main. And then B site is a bit more complicated, even more so complicated to get there. you know, all the height differences and everything. It's a very interesting map. I would rather see it than play it, though. I don't really like to play Train, but if I see it, it's fun.
I think that's like the story of Counter-Strike, right? It's like, oh no, yeah, I love watching it. It's a great spectator sport, but you know, that tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of hours that these players have within this game, and the previous one, right, CS:GO as well, it definitely starts to add up right here within what we are going to be looking at. So at this moment, we're just waiting for the green light for us to go ahead and head straight into it. I do want to bring a little bit of attention towards what we saw previously, that about the okay, so the match is about to be live in a moment, but I do want to bring attention to the fact that Dare, for example, is going to play map 1 instead of Norzrak, right, Carson. So I think that right now because they specifically said like map 1, I think that could bring a little bit of attention to the fact that maybe Carson doesn't feel as good on this as Dare. I mean, that's definitely going to be something interesting to say the least. But with the game being started off right now, let's go ahead and simply wait a little bit for the action to press forward, because I know that these teams are a bit nervous, you know, given the fact that Train is one of the least maps played total. But we also saw this happen whenever Anubis was on the horizon.
And it's been a while now that Anubis has been a part of the distribution, but yeah, Train is a much different kind of beast. I don't really think there's an equivalent to Anubis in the sense that, you know, Anubis has that huge bridge in the middle and everything. Train is just a lot more cramped. Yeah. It's a map in which you don't have much room to work with, and that really changes a lot of the dynamics, particularly for T-side especially. You can see it here, CTs getting info. I mean, they got the info and they ran with it. There was a very easy control over on A2 and yellow, so there was just nowhere for T-sides to move. And they definitely took a bit of a longer route. You could have seen them go to T-stairs and such, try to tackle A-main, head start even, but they decided to make the long route, take it through Ivy and everything. Yeah, Ivan seems to become a dead mill. So that's the first round. Already the pistol going to getting info. CT here is going to be the side to win. This is an extremely CT-sided map.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, simply based off how CT spawn is so close to every single one of the sites, right? Like, you got the way you can get from the CT spawn, CT stairs, and you're already within the A site and within the B site. You know, it's super simple to be able to make your way there. Especially since like A1 and A2, you know, with the split that they have before there, and the fact that, I mean, that's where you used to have the bomb plant site, right within the middle of A2 and A1. Like, that's no longer there, and a lot of people tend to play a little bit differently within these strategies. So bomb placement is definitely going to be super important around here too. We haven't actually seen the bomb being planted at this point, but I mean, if you are to be able to make your way towards the site to get the bomb down, it's definitely going to be a lot easier, because now you're waiting for retake. And specifically the A site, while it is a little bit wider, it leaves so much area for you to be able to have to traverse that it scares a lot of players, right? They have to be super cautious because they don't know exactly where the players could be coming in from. So it's going to be an interesting post-plan situation if we are to see one, because I mean, that's already a big if, right? Simply based on the fact that getting in towards the sites can be so complicated on Train.
Also the fact that there was a tech pause called immediately going into it, but thankfully it's over now. But yeah, just getting into side is so complicated, and like you said, A side being wider and everything is no guarantee. It's still so tight. That's the thing with Train, it's so tight. That's the way I can describe it. B sides, even a harder task to get to. You can already see that T side seems to be you know, just deciding on one avenue for movement, especially with the loadout that they currently have with just pistols. But they have decided to take the stairs and try and fight for underpass maybe, but unfortunately they're not doing so well as they die to the MP9s and the AUG. But you do see Misha at least taking one kill. That was Marque, the boy, the Mexican boy, being taken down. In the meantime though, again, A-side perfectly controlled by getting info. They're actually getting a little bit more eager to find some kills as well. Vanity taking care of Misha, for instance, and that leaves only KT and Taylor remaining, and they are super close to T-spawn. It's like they never moved out of there, but they could also try to drain the clock. I don't know. There is a chance for them to, you know, force a bit of a switcheroo, tackle players one-on-one and everything. But I think the best bet is to just go underpass.
I mean, that definitely could be the area to go to right here. The thing is, with the firepower that is currently being taken in their hands from getting info, it was definitely a bit of a rough one, especially since you actually saw two of these players go with the anti-eco build, and the fact that Ultra Iron actually bought within that, you know, it did spell a very big what if situation happened right there. I did see that Marque, you know, he was struggling a little bit. He actually saw a couple of shots being fired and just was not able to react in time. And he did have the MP9, so whenever we actually saw Katie take him out, I mean Misha take him out, it was a little bit of a interesting situation. I would even say like it was a bit of a misplay. I do say so myself. And speaking of misplays, once again it's Misha getting those early on kills and starting to set the path for their team in order to be able to make it happen at this point. I mean, already getting so much terrain early on within the T side is super important here within train, once again simply based off how difficult it can be at times to try to even take the sites like we just saw right there. They are able to get the kill all the way from red. I mean, really nothing much left for them to do.
There really isn't indeed. I mean, fight for area control seems to be going pretty well for getting info now that they found the one invader who was trying to take care of B side. The second you saw that kill on upper B, I think that was when things really took a turn for the worse. But again, it's all about fighting on the different heights, you know? The fact that the kill happened in upper B, more power to Dea, for instance. He was holding on the AUG, and he was the one who got that kill. So, yeah, when you're fighting in these early rounds and you go for the anti-eco build, it definitely gives you an extra advantage, not just because you're playing CT, but also because you've got that extra scoped weapon. And like I told you, the second that we could see DWP, it was going to come out, and there's the offer, of course. Dea setting himself up on yellow and A doors, and switching between the two because he could respond to the smoke, but what is Ultra Iron going to do? Commit 2 smokes to protecting those areas? That's only going to give you so much time. The Opera can even outrun some of those smokes. So where do you really place yourself? Playing against the AUG and the AWP is a really hard task in this round.
Yeah, more so because of how well the players that actually have these weapons are simply positioning themselves, right? They're not going to overexpose themselves. They know that there's a lot of players that like to come down from the stairs in order to be able to make their way towards the site. But I mean, Misha over here, simply waiting up to see if anybody can catch off guard right there within upper B. But no, he's actually going to take a bit of damage. I think it was Marky the one that he saw. No, actually, never mind. It was Darty, if I recall correctly. So, I mean, just taking things super, super slow and using the little information that your team gives you and that the sound cues give you, right, is going to be super important. We're actually going to see somebody pop out right there through the smoke. Is it well guarded? Does he see him? He should see him at that point. Yes, he does. Marky gets a kill on Katie. And with the flash going off right there, he knows that he's able to force his way through the site. Actually, the fact that Dare was able to get the kill on keeps that as super important. And now the A site, I wouldn't say it's essentially for them to take, but it's definitely much less guarded at this point. But unless Vanity has to say something about it.
They did take care of the Opera, so they're probably not expecting somebody to be on that same guarding spot, but the bomb plant has been interrupted, and now it's all about protecting yourself with those iron bars. And Misha! Dang, son. Dang, son. It was the one-on-one to fight, but yeah, it was a very complicated battle to fight at that point. Misha had already shown his hand. Dari simply emerges and picks up the AWP for Dea to use once again. Shoutouts to both him and Dea, and also Dare. I mean, they're doing fantastic on the killing department. And this is the map where your aim is truly tested. Of course, you need to aim well in every map, but this one right here, Dio, gives you so little room to work with and so little area of opportunity that if your aim ain't pristine, you can kiss that opportunity goodbye. And it's the best man standing, quite literally. And here you go, getting into another round. This time a little bit more eager to run forward, I think. I mean, you can see Ultra Iron playing a lot more confident when they do have the AKs and everything. And there's the first kill to boot. So, you will see getting info with a deficit very early on, but careful because Ultra Iron is running through most of their util already.
So the interesting thing to see right here is the fact that getting info was playing very, very cautiously at the start because they knew that those first 4 rounds, I mean, they could have spelled a lot of danger. Simply because of how reckless sometimes they can play. But look at Clipseta just going all in at this point before he's taken down by Dare. I mean, with 2 kills within your arsenal and just essentially leadway your team to make their way towards the site and leaving it within a 1v1 situation. Forcing your opponent to go back, and that's definitely one hell of an entry, if I do say so myself. We've been seeing a lot of players, man, get taken out right there, just under Pop Dog, just over there within like connector towards from the A side to the B side. All these areas where you know that T's like to stay because it gives them super simple rotation. That's where they're attacking, right? And whenever you force them into this area where you have to funnel them towards these situations, and anybody that is popped up front, right? We got to kill over there within upper B. So whenever they're popped up towards the front where they're caught overextending, that's where Ultra Iron has to strike. And at this point, we're going to have a little bit of an adaptation, of course, coming in from getting info, simply based off of the fact that they were caught on early with with only 4 rounds, right? They were caught on early what they wanted to do, so now they're just going to have to start pushing things a little bit back more. Train is definitely a map that really pays off if you're patient. However, it's all about positioning too. Yes, it's about patience, but it's more so about positioning. Like, where can I place myself that is not such an obvious target of where a float chart terrain round goes to.
And for what it's worth, I have seen some people try to run and gun through train. They're like, oh, well, I have to keep holding W. There are so many areas that force me to hold W, so I might as well just try and run and gun. Ooh. It's not quite that easy, and this is the spot where I was telling you it's a very awkward for CTs to defend. It was a bit easier before, here in the underpass and showers and everything. Now you kind of have to double stack it if you want to win, but yeah, it seems like T sides, if they do make their way there, they have a bit of an easier time. And unfortunately for CTs, they have already lost 2 of their players, one of them being Dare with 5 kills to his name. But of course, it's all about the aim here, and look at Misha. Look at what Misha has been doing in this round. He got 4 kills before being taken down. Only demolished by the AWP, but the positioning was great, and once again, Dea has to run away from this, or at least reposition, to keep the AWP to his name for one more round.
And this is definitely something that's very rough if you're the sole remaining CT, right? We were talking about how sometimes it can be so difficult for you to take these maps by storm if you're on the T's, but this is exactly what Club Ultra Iron has been doing, right? A little bit more of an aggressive approach rather than waiting to see what information that they can get. So I'm not saying it's like a blind rush or anything like that, but it's more so the fact that getting info relies a lot on the other team taking their sweet time enough for them to be able to place themselves within the correct areas of the map. You said it yourself, right? We actually had 2 players over there within like the stairway to get towards the underpass here within Pop Dog, and they immediately went down. The fact that now you have to stack 2 players there because of how much it's changed ever since it was introduced, it speaks well of the map balancing that we've been having, right? So Train being the newest addition towards the map pool, I think it is catching a lot of these players off guard in a way. So they're more so having to default to a simple playstyle, right? Just making sure that they have those refrags on deck and making sure that they're good at least for 1 or 2 before having to get refragged by their teammates is definitely what you want to aspire for here within a map where you're uncomfortable on.
And the fact that Train came out and it has only been selected like 3 times throughout this series, I mean, that speaks to the lack of adaptation, of course, but this is really only the 2nd time that Train has been selected in series number 4 of the North American region in this season of the CCT. So, more power to you if you pick it, of course. You're trying to prove yourself and everything. And good start for getting info. But Ultra Iron, as time goes on, they seem to be finding more avenues for movement. But also, they seem to recognize where they should not be committing. Notably, they have not really tried to fight for Kitchen anymore. For instance, Raymain, they would rather just go around it. And look at that, it actually works wonders. The patience does pay off, as getting info is a team that's usually trying to catch them off guard. And unfortunately, whenever they hold W, that's when they're punished. So, yeah, like I told you, there's a lot of places here where you have to hold W, where you have to move forward, and you can't quite run and gun. You might want to play that gamble, but it doesn't usually pay off. Getting info recognizes that, but they kind of get a little bit desperate to move on, and now it's the util that takes care of them. It's only a matter of locating your opponents, and there's the bomb plant on A side. Once again, will it be interrupted? Not quiet. You've got the bomb ticking now, and a 2v2.
Yep, and within that specific area of Train, it's so hard if you're the AWP player because you got the entire body of the train, the one that is essentially just stopping you from seeing anybody within there. With the bomb planted, it becomes so difficult since you know that they're around like camera most of the times, or that there's something that you can try to get off of it, but it's just the simple positioning off the train is what stops players from getting headshot in these areas or anything like that. So we're gonna see the shots being fired off right there. Vanity does go down within the hands of Talon, and I mean, yeah, there's really nothing much left for him to do other than just keep that AWP within his hands. They are going to go off on him, but not going to be able to find him because that flash essentially gave away the location where they were coming from. So all he has to do is just reposition towards safety tune. That AWP has been saved for like what, if I recall correctly, like 5 or 6 rounds, and it's either been passed on towards the Altar Iron Club, or it's been retrieved by getting info and then just sticking with it. There hasn't been a situation right now from getting info where they've been completely and utterly annihilated. It's generally been, if I recall correctly, it's only been like once where they've been all taken out, and that's when the AWP went towards the other hands.
Actually, no, they have all been bomb explosions.
Really?
I am running the win conditions, and they have all been bomb explosions on Ultra Iron Club. So getting info has not retaken a site once. There has not been a defuse just yet. And also, you were asking how many rounds? That's 5 rounds that the AWP has been kept indeed. It arrived here on round 3. Very smart, money management from getting info to make sure that Dea was going to be able to play with it. And now you see the results, right? So Ultra Iron Club already losing their first player in Talon. And sometimes, I mean, the one thing that I don't like that much about Ultra Iron Club is the survival aspect, because, they are usually the first ones to bite the dust. Even if they eventually climb back from it, they do seem to show, a bit of desperation at the very beginning of the round. They don't take their time that much when they start moving. Now they seem to be doing so because they got punished. But as time goes on, they are practicing more and more patience and understanding, what they lost from being desperate. Unfortunately, though, that will not apply forever the same way. You've got the AWP player on the Ultra Iron Club taking care of Dea. So the upper versus upper showdown is won by Ultra Iron's very own, but they already lost 3 teammates in the process, so I don't think this is looking like a positive round for them either way. But you do have Misha. Oh, wait a minute! He makes it even!
And that 2-2 now, completely different situation.
Oh,
oh my
no.
god, I thought for a moment that Marquette was not going to be able to get that kill right there, and then it's Misha. The man who's been just on a completely another level, bro. Like, Misha has been making the plays happen so much often. He's generally the one that get the opening frags for his team. He's generally the one to get the multi-kills too. There was one occasion where he was on the verge of an ace before he was taken out. So, like, it's definitely right now what Misha has been forcibly getting info for, and that's when his teammates really, really shine. So, I mean, the fact that he's the opening fragger, definitely important right here. And the highlight of the Ultra Iron Club at the moment. Let's see if that is going to translate well into the next half, or even next upcoming rounds right here, okay? Not going to stand up on toward top of the train just to see if there's anybody that maybe can catch off guard. But once again, the underpass has definitely been a bit of a situation right here. Gets one from Pop Dog. Oh, Darty able to get the kill on Misha as well. And simply standing behind from there. There, though, before being taken out by Katie, is able to get a kill on Clipsera. And even though we saw so many trades right here, it's actually the Ultra Iron Club team, the ones that are on the losing end of the stick. Short end of the stick, rather.
I mean, Pop Dog is going to become such a death mill eventually because getting info has also analyzed how to properly defend it. Talon, oh no, you had the read! Okay, he does have the right read, and Vanity shoots awfully, so that victory goes to Talon, but still, what a complicated situation when you have to rely on poor aim from your opponent, because the read was there. Now, of course, you do see the util being getting used to fruition, but still, it's going to be another victory for getting info after a couple of trades that really did not go the way that Ultra Iron expected. That's the end of the, that's the first 6 rounds going to getting info. They have at least secured that it would be a tied up score if they were to lose these next 3 rounds. But of course, this being CT side, they really need to milk it. They need those extra 3 victories. And given the loadout, they should be winning this one. They should be securing a lead at the very least. But you want more. This is Train CT. It's where you need to pop off. You don't want to give Ultra Iron Club the chance to make a comeback on their own map selection when playing CT.
Last thing that you want is to be tied, right, on the change right here. Or, I mean, if that is the worst case scenario, or rather the best case scenario for you, of course you want to make sure that that's what you try for. But I mean, simply taking things slow a little bit more can lead to a different outcome at this point. Yep, you got Darty and Clipseta essentially face to face, and those bullets right there just gave away the area where Darty is. Just a no coverage at that point. I mean, those smokes, they're not invincible, so we also take a little bit more of a defensive angle other than an offensive one. So smoke is now dissipating right here. Once again, slowing things down to a crawl until we see the first opening frag right here coming in from there. Then the incendiary is going to flush them all out. Of course it is, and of course Darty's going to be very ready in order to be able to get the setup kills. 2 kills within the name, and then just going in with the dual Beretta says, you know what, Dad, thank you very much, I appreciate that, but now I'm going to take the kill.
Ooh, and talk about a heavy grenade to take on as well. Talon destroyed by that, and then of course the bullets come in to finish the job. The destruction is definitely getting started, man, but getting info still needs to clutch up on T side when the side switch comes around. For what it's worth, if we were to keep a 9-3 score, I would say it's nearly even, given that Ultra Iron is going to play CT, of course, but also the fact that 9-3 is generally a cursed score in shooters, and namely in Counter-Strike as well. I always give this this analogy. It's like going 2-0 in the halftime of football. I'm saying football because yesterday I got a complaint that I said soccer, so you know which one I'm talking about, okay? But yeah, it's a very complicated score. You seem like you're winning. You definitely have a lead on paper, but, you know, give it the side switch and you will see that it's not that big of a deal to make a comeback from it. And look at the util assisting Misha here on this kill, and there you have it. Another flash to go out, and he does blind the upper. Goodness gracious, DS down.
And what a great pop flash too, right? Like, it just goes in and completely unexpected. Dea does not know where the bullets ran into his skull from. So it's just a bit of a matter right here in which Darty and Vanity can try to make something happen. I mean, the advantage within the halftime is already secured, Toon, but it's different from getting a 7-5 from getting an 8-4 and even more a 9-3, right? Because that's when the curse starts. Speaking of being cursed, it seems like the A side is going to be the area where we're going to be handling the offense from. Everyone's just going to start smoking everything off in order to avoid anybody coming in right there from the Z connector willy-nilly. And if they do, they will be punished for it. And it's the fact that that smoke just gives you little to no information on where everybody is. But I mean, if you're Vanity and you just go in guns swinging, it doesn't really matter much at all. Misha does go down within the hands of Darty, raging up for the AK-47 Toon. This is expected to be a bit of a more intense round, not gonna lie, especially since we got so many players just simply waiting off from these all diverse angles at this point. See Darty go in and get the kill on Flow. Does Vanity get the defusal? Oh, Clipseta with the spray, just barely able to get it within the nick of time, and before his magazine ended up faltering on him. What a great round from both of these teams. Getting info, being able to infiltrate their way back towards the side, and the Ultra Iron Club defending it with an iron fist. Or a club.
And getting to the last round of the first half with a pretty okay score, if you ask me. Ultra Iron is definitely looking swell for the side switch when it comes around. Even more so this round, as the loadout I don't think is anything to write home about, really. You've got a FAMAS, which would be okay at around round 3 or something, and an MP9. I don't think that's quite gonna cut it, but it's all about the positioning. We have already said that before. Ooh, but there, speaking of positioning, in a very poor position here as he takes a ton of damage from the initial utility, so does Marque, but they know that there's going to be another bloodbath here, the classic one. Will you let them through? You've got a double stack here for the defense, and Flow goes down, and so does there! Marque is the sole survivor. Misha already found him, and it's a 1v1 that Misha's going to win. 3v3 now, Dio, but I do think that getting info might get ahead because of the AWP, and there you have it, Dea taking care of Misha, the most dangerous guy on the side of Ultra Iron, and only Talon remains. He does have the bomb with him, but man, with as much time as he has, it's a very complicated path forward. He might be able to take care of the Opera, though.
Yeah, if he does see him, right, because they are, I mean, very well positioned within the out, just simply has to pop out of there, and he is immediately seen. You're gonna be taken aback, okay?
Wow.
And just barely able to get out of there, man. Great stuff. I mean, that Molly, is it gonna flash him out? Flush him out? No, it's not. Not even with that HE that took a good chunk of his life. It's gonna be something different at this point. But I mean, Bogdan's Law right here. Does have the AWP within his hands. He is one shot, but I mean, could still spell a lot of danger. Based on the smoke, you should be able to know, give or take, where he is. Taylor knows that all he has to do is try to play for time. Do we have the AWP? The offer simply taking care of him. No, we do not. Not at all. We're going to go in for another flash. Simply going on to bait once again. I mean, no kit, man. I mean, there's nothing much left for Taylor to do at this point, because all you had to do at that point was just wait for it. Really nothing much. After the timer of the bomb just went down towards a little bit less than half, they knew that they had to commit to it, right? But I mean, they didn't. It was a very sloppy round right there, especially since you got Dea with little to no HP with the AWP just stuck in the middle of scenic nowhere, where he's immediately taken down. And then we just saw the final player just not really wanting to commit towards the information that was already had at that point. So you know that hesitation generally is the killer of these type of rounds, and we definitely saw a lot of hesitation within getting info within that defensive round. So it's a 7-5 scoreboard at this last round, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 rounds of a difference, which is definitely looking mighty fine right here for the Alter Iron Club, especially since now they are on the CT side and this is their map pick.
This should be where they pop off, but they also have to make a comeback first and foremost. Getting info though, already showing themselves. It's not going to be quite the same bloodbath though. You will be fighting for positioning here. Flo already got a bit extra room to work with because there was no smokes to be thrown, of course. There's just a flash on Vanity's hands and a single smoke on Marquez. And that's about all the util you can speak of on the side of getting info. A single flash on Talon's hands as well. And Flo is going to give the call out. He's going to have Clipsera there with the dual Berettas, ready to take care of both Vanity and Darty if they come through. But on the other side, the smokes are thrown out, and this should be, oh, a very dangerous position to be in. Good on Misha for holding that angle there. He does find the kill on there, but now Marquez gonna take care of Talon, and oh my goodness, what a nightmare for Ultra Iron as they lose 3. And now the bomb is planted. Still a fight to be held in the 2v2 over on B side, the most tight spot. And the one with the most variance in heights as well. But they already saw them, and Clipsera is not able to respond to Vanity. That leaves only Misha. And Misha is going to try to distract them. I like this play, man.
Yeah, definitely just shooting a little bit right there to get them a little bit of information that could lead to be false at that point. But the thing is, right smack in the middle of the site, I mean, you still got to deal with the silo. You have a war on 2 fronts. Are you going to be able to make it happen, though? No kit. So, I mean, all about of the playing for time at this point. I mean, there's nothing, just playing a little bit of a game of ring around the rosy at that point. And even though Vanity was able to get the kill, I mean, Misha claimed that quadra. Vanity claimed 3, so I mean, very evenly matched right there. And all they had to do was just play for time. And once again, playing it off super strong. The fact that Misha was able to get a couple of kills, just 1 kill right there through the smoke in order to continue with the proper position. And then he took down 2 of the players that were right here. And it's just super well on how Misha has been playing. Everybody was just picked off one by one, slowly but surely. And in the end, Misha just came in with the proper clutch at that point. Oh, okay, we're seeing that Dea has some problems with connectivity issues, man. That's rough.
Yep, you hate to see it, but Dea has disconnected for now. So it's a tech pause to try and get him back on track. And there you go, it's a pretty fast one actually. Dea is now back on server, which is nice. Of course, Alter Iron not starting out with the right foot. You're gonna see them struggle going into this next round. Quite possibly the next one too, or the one after this. I do see getting info reaching the double digits real soon. Whenever you see the double digits, that's like, okay, all the alarms have been set off now. And Alter Iron, it's not the fact that they were losing this one on the aim department, it's just a series of non-commitments. You remember in the last round of the last half, of the first half, that getting info needed to commit to the fusel. The time was running out. In this case, you had a fight to fight, but man, the ring around the rosy was played so interestingly on Vanity's side that there was really no hope for Ultra Iron, and now you get the chance to run and gun, take care of your opponents. Misha goes down, Flo goes down, Clipsera goes down, so that leaves only 2 people remaining, and they're quite separated too. Talon can only hope to flank some people, and he might be able to pick up a rifle at that, but it's gonna take a while before the comeback is in, and there you go, completely secure. You still have your AK, even though Dea has died. Talon was frustrated in his attempt to steal a weapon. only Katie remains, and I don't think Katie's going to get there to the fuse bomb.
Taking as much time as possible right there, but I mean, getting info. They had everything that they needed in order to be able to get that round win, man. Just those kills super early on, while they had little to no firepower, was what gave that leadway to getting info, just curb stomping them within that round. I mean, yeah, we did see a lot of damage being taken out by the Ultra Iron Club, but I mean, not enough in order to be able to get more than one kill. So right now, it's all up to them. I do see a bit of a semi-fly situation right here coming in from the Ultra Iron Club. So it's definitely the firepower that is going to be quite decisive, if I do say so myself. Of course, I don't want to count them. I don't want to count Ultra Iron Club out, because how many times have we seen, man, that these players with the lower economy builds generally tend to be the ones to just go in and completely obliterate the teammates right here. But I do want to bring attention to the fact that Vanity does have that Mac 10, so he could be making heavy bank here within this round. I mean, all they need is just a little bit of information, of course, Flo, letting them know, like, hey, yeah, I got somebody right here. We have that information. And speaking of making back, that's Vanity going in and getting the kill right there. Oh, and not only that, but just before that HE explodes, he actually gets a second one with the Mac 10. So it's all up to Clipsera and Misha. Have you noticed, Toon, that Misha is generally one of the last players standing within all the rounds? He's never been one of the first two to go down.
In terms of survival time, that's fine. He has, however, died most of the rounds that have been played. Actually, all of the rounds that have been played so far. So eventually Misha dies, but, you know, make some good work for the troubles, you know?
Yeah.
So Misha is definitely the most important player on the Ultra Iron Club, and also the biggest killer in the map so far. If only Misha found a way to stay alive till the end of it. Because so far, the kills have been great and everything. They have given them some victories and rounds, but yeah, I mean, overall, the great problem is that there's no team synergy. It seems like there's just no team synergy right now on the Ultra Iron Club. They have started out, once again, very poorly on this second half, much like they did on the first one. I mean, the first half, they had a 4-round losing streak. Now they have a 3-round losing streak. And it's not looking like it's going to get much better. Every time the getting info starts to get momentum, it's very hard for them to give it up.
Yeah, just that snowball effect has been super good if you're getting info. However, I do want to bring one thing, right, that has been something that Ultra Iron Club has not had within the previous rounds, is the fact that now they have weapons, right, the proper firepower, which definitely is not the best in the world for them if they're not going to be able to use it properly. And speaking of using it properly, Misha just going in right there and overextending just ever so slightly, taking a huge risk in order to be able to take down Vanity, which is definitely a great outcome, as he completely unscathed went in and got that kill, already getting that 20 onto his name. We see him fighting off right there. Yes, we do. That's Darty going in and getting that kill. Now with the top fragger down, man, for the team, and with the bomb being planted all the way over here within the B side, you know for a fact that this is going to be a very complex and heated retake situation, if any, right? Because, I mean, while you do have those 4 players remaining, sometimes it's just super rough, and you don't want to really commit too much to it. I think that if they get one kill, if Ultra Iron Club gets more than 1 player down in regards to the numbers that they have, I think that they're going to have to retreat.
Well, the retreat has apparently not been set in motion just yet. They're still fighting for it, but unfortunately, 2 more from Ultra Iron Club are taken down. They do, however, walk out of it with an AWP at the very least, so it's a loss, but you do keep 1 weapon that should make a big difference. Like I said, every time you see CT's play, the second the AWP might come into play, it will come into play, and it is the most prized possession for them because of how they can play you know, that same area of yellow and A doors, and how it gives you a direct look into A main usually, and kitchen, and Olaf is not particularly safe either. You've got that weapon to really keep your opponents in check. You need to hold on to it. But it seems that Ultra Iron, once again, with the lack of synergy, they are really suffering. You've got a scout coming in as well from Talon's side. I am not sure if the scout is going to do it. It can maybe feed more kills into the AWP, or at least give the impression that it was an AWP or something. But yeah, oh, look at that. No, it's immediately gone. Unfortunate for Talon as he bites the dust right away. And there's the AWP. He does find the kill on Darty and Marquez, so, you know, you can't quite hold W just like that. But now it's all down to Flo once again, so he's the only player remaining. B-side is wide open, and even more so now. You can only hope to find a bit of a faraway kill, but goodbye, good sir, man. It's about time that the bomb is planted on B.
Yep, and we actually saw Vanity just go all the way around in order to be able to get there towards the site, being heavily guarded by his teammates. And at this point, oh no, this is definitely going to be something that you don't want to see, especially because you're going to lose that AWP within the quite possibly the last round, within this half. Well, not even within the half, within the game, man. You had that AWP. It was your sole hope, and you had to just run with it. Then you immediately walk in, not only to with another player, but one that had the AWP as well. And you didn't know that you actually had to fight him off with pistols. Unfortunately for Flo, I definitely caught him off guard, and that's what really stuck out to him, right? I think it was more so of a shock value. And that loss of that AWP actually cost Lipsera his armor now, his Kevlar early on within this round. All the HGs are going to hit very close to home. And speaking of hitting close to home, look at Dare. Look at how well he's playing at this point. He's going to be able to get the third, makes his way towards the side, is already essentially broken in. But Zera, of course, with that AWP that we brought towards attention, is going to make it at least a little bit more difficult. However, no Kevlar, no helmet, no nothing other than the AWP, man. Other than the AWP and a dream, and he's being hunted down. Minutes, no, seconds left on the clock at this point. Mission taken down, and it's all up to the Opper.
It seems like the Opera is the one that's going to stamp the passport of this loss. Lipsera does take care of Dare, but dang son, all that util to make darn sure that he stays out of the sight. And, I mean, with time running out, you might as well just get scolded here, tank some damage in hopes for something, but unfortunately, it's going to do no good. The map is over. Alter Iron's own selection does not go their way. And unfortunately, they were not able to win a single round on CT.
Yeah.
I think that's the most amazing part about all this. CT was an absolute tear. And thankfully for the guys who were getting info, they did not really need to worry too much more about other things. Wait a minute. Are the teams backwards?
Yeah. Yeah, it was
Okay,
getting
okay.
info the one who won.
Yeah,
So,
getting info did win, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Making sure there.
Yeah, no, definitely. I do want to bring attention to the fact that, I mean, within that, we saw that even though Alter Iron were the ones who chose this map, it didn't really stack up towards what they were expecting, right? I told you at the start that even though Getting Info is a relatively new team, we still have very experienced faces behind it. So while they still have that synergy, you know, starting to get that rapport, it's still the fact that they're really skilled individuals, right? I would dare say the fact that they know more about the maps themselves gave up towards the areas where they wanted to play, and it really gave them that level above what Alter Iron was looking to establish here within Train, right? We had so many setups, we had so many correct uses of utility towards the end, that in the end, Alter Iron just simply couldn't get their foot in the door and could not continue with that approach. We saw so many connectors being blocked off by utility. You saw so many HEs hit very close to home, and if they weren't getting the kills directly, they were getting the setups for their teammates in order to be able to be well positioned and take the sites by storm. So if I do say so myself, I think that Getting Info, while as their skill definitely favored them a little bit more, I think that skill played super well into this team synergy right here within Train that allowed a lot of kill setups to happen, which Alter Iron was just not getting used to much at all.
Shout out to the Util use once again. I just want to point that out. Util was crucial on this one. And also shout out to all those bloodbaths on Pop. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Kind of going back to classics there. But yeah, it's a very different battle to fight if you're a CTs on Pop. For now, though, we need to take a little bit of a break because we need to get the second map ready. So everybody, stick around. We will be back as soon as the action resumes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It was quite a heated map towards half of the rounds that we had, and then we saw just a complete blowout towards the final half of it, in which getting info didn't seem like they were getting much info after that, other than the fact that they kept winning and winning and winning and winning those rounds over here within Train, which is the newest addition to the map pool. Now we are going to be heading into a bit more of, I wouldn't say like, I would say like a bit more regular territory, if I do say so myself, because we will be heading into Ancient. Now, this is a bit of a more different styled map because it's so close together and not a lot of open spaces. So the only areas where you can consider it to be a bit of an open space is generally within the middle part. So, I mean, we are going to be heading into this area where the change of pace is a little bit more notable too.
Oh, for sure, and you can add to that discussion of where you can actually move around and the fact that mid is usually closed off by util. So people really want to force that battle in the tight spaces. And at least so far so good for Ultra Iron. They do find the first kill, but unfortunately they lose control of the site, so this will be an immediate plant coming in from Ultra Iron Club and getting info. Sorry, from getting info. And Ultra Iron Club, well, they seem to be positioned in a good way to get a retake going, but they do need to land those headshots, and it seems like the movement alone from getting info was actually doing a pretty good job. But now you simply get overwhelmed, and the headshots are not quite happening anymore, or at least not from the Ultra Iron Club side. That's a 2v1 now, and getting info suddenly is on the lead. They pick up a USP, and that's going to be the first round. Getting info, not letting their foot off the gas, even, you know, going from one map to the next. The side switch and sorry, not the side switch, the half time did not affect them whatsoever, and they were down 3-5 at some point, making a comeback.
And I really like the fact that they're taking these fights. I guess, yeah, I think it's the fights a little bit more within like the 2v1 situation, right? Of course, they're trying to get the upper hand within the numbers off of it, and that's definitely what's been giving them these wins. We do have essentially a bit of a 4-stack right here within House, just taking it super slow, and they have already relinquished a lot of mid control with only one player being stuck right smack in the middle of the sniper's nest. We'll see where he can get, and of course they know that these little crouched areas are very difficult to be able to traverse into, especially since you got Zeta right there with the Zeus. I mean, if nobody moved from there, you know that there's somebody just waiting for you to be able to take you down right there. Yep, and get the Zeus kill early on within this round. Marky is the one to be taken down almost immediately. It relinquishes his Mac 10, and now it's going to start to change things up ever so slightly. We're going to get the headshots. No headshots, but Getty does get the kill on Dia, and then just already immediately refrags right there. So I'm guessing this is going to be, a book it towards a next site type of match.
And hey, you remember that you mentioned Carson was going to play this map? He's not.
Oh.
So yeah, there's no switch there. Katie is still in it, and there was just no substitution there from Ultra Iron Club. They're going to insist on the same distribution of players. So, I mean, I don't want to call it a one-person problem, of course. I'm not saying that Katie was a problem, not at all. Katie has been actually performing quite well, and currently being the best killer also on the side of Ultra Iron, but you know, having Carson in your squad can definitely help you out. It's a name that you recognize. It's a name that usually gives you a bit of security. So him not being around would definitely make a bit of a negative effect here. And you can see it on the score. With this round here, DL, it has now been 8 rounds in a row that Ultra Iron has lost across both maps. And of course, considering that they didn't take a single round on the second half of Train, well, that just adds a little bit more salt to the wound. The winning streak just keeps getting bigger and bigger for getting info. And I don't think they're going to give them much room to work with, honestly. Even with this money that Ultra Iron Club now has, they are forced to buy mostly rifles. I don't think there will be an AWP in play. Indeed, there isn't one. There's a Zeus, though. I would love to see the Zeus in action.
Yeah, definitely something that we already saw once, right? We already saw that Zeus claim the life of Marky, if I recall correctly. It was a player that went down right there. So let's see if that has a little bit more of an impact right here, because once again, it is mid, the one that is being constantly contested right here. You can't really let those options go, man. Even though you're still just stuck within the middle of the smoke, you can't expect anybody to not pop out from there. They're not made of solid walls. Especially, we do have Darty, who has been performing super, super well too. Within these 2 rounds, he has not died once and also accumulated a total of 5 kills within these 3 rounds, sorry. And with the fact that you got 2 players that are essentially one-shot, this could go very, very well for getting info if they're able to pick off those 2 players first, right? Because then it would be essentially a 2v2. I mean, you still got a lot of time left on the clock, so you can definitely take this very, very slow. Take your time making your way towards the site, and of course, force everybody else to get to it on their own. Just making sure that there's nobody there within this small area confined right here within the A site. It's actually Talon, the one who is going to be heading back at this point. See if there's anybody on the A site, but this constant rotation is actually going to allow them to verify a little bit more of information, just create a lot of uncertainty on where they want to attack from. I mean, at this point, if you are one of the players from getting info, you know that you could be essentially covered off right here. Where is the bomb plant going to be heading for? Taking a little bit back right here. Yup, and that's Talon getting the kill on Darty. Immediately understanding what the position was, and he just simply had to play it back. What?
Whoa. I mean, shout out to Katie getting it with wallbang of all things. Covering for Arias, by the way, I should like to point out. I was mistaken on the teams. Carson is on getting info. But still, shout out to Katie, the best performing player so far. And now, even getting that final kill to put an end to that losing streak on Altar Iron's side. By the way, this is the first defusal of the day. There was not a single defusal on train. Every round was won either through a massacre or a bomb explosion. Never a defusal alone. So this is both a defusal and a massacre. Of course, they get to take care of the entire team of getting info. But for what it's worth, I do like how Altar Iron once again showed patience in this one. Namely when they took care of Dare, for instance, like walking through the smoke and everything, it was just a matter of really playing it patient and letting himself show where he was going. And now this is going to be an interesting situation. It appears that we need to go to a small break, so we will be right back. Everybody, stick around. The map's gonna continue real soon. just a matter of resetting that server. So we're getting back into it, everybody. Getting info, still in the lead, 2-1. It's just the very beginning of the second map, but of course, they took the first map of Train, and that gives them a lot of leeway mentally, at the very least. You've still got 3 players playing rifles. Got a MAC-10 and a Tech-9, so getting info definitely on the lower end of things in terms of loadout, but in terms of intel gathering, they might have a plan. They know that Katie's here on the left, so that's a trade, but hey, at least they took down the biggest killer off the map in Ultra Iron's side. Still a 3v2 though, looking very complicated, but so far, I mean, I think the biggest problem now is that they have not really changed their strategy around too much. They have always been approaching A sites, all 3 rounds so far, make that 4 actually, all 4 rounds so far, it has always been A sites. So at this point, Ultra Iron, they kind of know what to expect.
Yeah, give or take, just constantly showing off the same hand. Eventually, people start to adapt to it, right? So, given the fact that right now Ultra Iron Club does have a lot of utility as well, that is going to work, you know, just, oh my goodness gracious. That's just going to work out a little bit more within the favor of the Ultra Iron Club, since getting info is struggling a little bit to mix up the way that they're playing now. I do expect to see a bit more of an aggressive approach right here, given the fact that Vanity seems to be going on the lurk. So, no, they're actually all going to be just stuck right where you generally get stuck whenever you try to approach mid, right? Which is elbow right here. And speaking of elbow, it seems like it has not been accounted for. And, of course, Darty is going to give the back right there towards Misha. Misha that has now woken up after a bit of a break that he had in this within this map currently at this point. I mean, Misha was definitely the top fragger, and it seems like trying to get that ace at this point. 4 kills in a row. Does he spot the 5th one? No, it's actually going to be Flo, the one who puts Vanity down. And that is the round, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the Ultra Iron Club with the advantage for the first time in the entire series, if I recall correctly, that they have the advantage within a map.
Yep, that's correct. This is the first time across both maps that they have the lead. Even if it's just by 1 round, it should give them, you know, a bit of mental gasoline. You definitely needed that fuel to keep going and to put yourself in the lead, even if it's by 1 round. You know, that tells you that you're doing something well. Now, speaking of the util, we always talked about this, how lower mid is usually blocked off, or generally mid is just very complicated to access due to the distribution of util. You still kind of have to gamble sometimes, and you need to be very smart with the way that you distribute your util pieces, but so far, seems to be paying off because their clock is being drained. You do have somebody quite lit on the getting info side. Oh, even more so now! Look at how much damage just took! Man, poor old Vanity taking a huge beating. Both him and Dare not feeling too good about the way they're going forward. They do still have the bomb with them, so no problem there. Oh, and unfortunately there for Darty, not able to take that kill, and even less so now. Oh, wait a minute, Dare with the double! On the same click, and now feeding an extra molly to make darn sure that kill is going to happen, and Flo has nowhere to go, as they are going to, once again, aim towards A sites and get a very quick plant going.
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to apologize. I did not know that Katie is a girl, so I'm gonna not misgender anybody anymore. But the bomb being planted at this point is going to give getting info a little bit more of time in their name, because of course, whenever it's ticking when the bomb is planted, definitely benefits a lot more towards the T side. Now, if you notice, you see Flo taking a bit of a slower approach towards the A site through the main portion of it. I mean, the entry point coming in from the T spawn is definitely one of the fast speedways towards the site. But I mean, if you're Flo, you don't want to try to risk it much at all, right? I mean, you know that these players are going to be very well traversed in making sure that you do not have even the slightest of opportunities in order to be able to get that defuse. So now getting info, tying things up once more. That advantage that they once had, man, that first time that they were in the advantage was very, very short-lived. Now getting info is looking good, yes, but regarding their economy, I think that if they are to lose this round, it's definitely going to be a bit more of a rough one if you're getting info. But well, as the Ultra Iron Club, I mean, they're not packed to the brim with firepower, but I mean, you got Flo with almost 10k in credits. Definitely going to be able to pass that mark within the next round. I mean, CT is heavily expensive, man. You know that sometimes can really start to add up whenever you buy complete utility, you know, Kevlar helmet, everything right there. And it's actually Dare the one who goes down within the hands of Zera's Molly. And then you actually see him get the kill on Dare, not expecting one player to be off right there within the boost angle here within the B site. So very good clearance right here from the Ultra Iron Club, just catching, getting info off guard, and claiming that advantage early on within this round.
I love the mix-up in timings, too. You need to be very creative to go for a play like that for the boost to happen. Clearly not something that Getting Info was expecting, but, you know, that's where your creativity comes to shine. Unfortunately for Ultra Iron, they do lose a player, but I think they have the read on them, and that should be 2 kills for Misha, and that is indeed the case. Only 1 player remaining, and that's Vanity with 6 HP, barely standing straight at this point, as Vanity slowly moves forward. He does have the read on where Misha is going to be, and this will be a successful plant, but man, what's that defense gonna look like? I think, yeah, you still got a piece of util, so here comes Vanity, does not quite make the proper effect that he wanted with that flash that he just threw. So, it will be another round for Ultra Iron Club. They're back in the lead, just like that, man. I mean, they lose it, but they get it back immediately after. It is going to be a very back and forth map for what it's looking like.
Definitely one of those matches where they're very evenly spread out within all the areas, and you got these proper complements on where these players are attacking for that aligns with their strengths, but as well as, for example, the Ultra Iron Club. If you've been noticing, you see that they're really good at getting a bit of a read on where the opponents want to strike, simply based off of the utility that is being thrown out right there. So they adapt properly and just make sure that, given the circumstances, I mean, you obviously have to head into a bit of a default game plan, right? I mean, you got to make sure that mid is always being contested, but if it's not, you have to make sure that at least the ability of you being able to make it happen is still there. Katie goes and gets a kill on Marky, along with Misha, who has already claimed 1. And even though this was a bit of an eco-ish round tune right here for the players in yellow on the attacking side, Getting Info, I mean, it's definitely not what you expect to see so early on. What a complete blowout it's been right here for them. Unable to get even a singular kill at this point, not even getting a 1. Katie claims a double, Misha claims 3, and between those 2 players, I mean, more than enough in order to be able to make it happen.
And 2 rounds off a lead. Definitely building up to something. You can't quite sit comfortably and just look back at what you've done. But at least there is one thing that they can keep for comfort, and that's the fact that Flo has been surviving like there's no tomorrow, man. I mean, this guy. 1 death in the entire map. Just 1 total. 3 kills in exchange, which isn't a lot, but you do get to keep a ton of money in your wallet because of that survival rate, and that's helping Ultra Iron big time, as not only are they carrying over the AWP, they have the security to know that at least for 2 more rounds probably there will be an AWP in play. So, you know, you can make your strategy around that. The money will not be that big of a deal for now. Marque is taken down immediately also, so mid is once again kind of closed off. But Dale, look at that, with the payback also on Misha. So Misha, who is becoming a lot more dangerous, and Katie, the 2 biggest killers on Ultra Iron, are now down. And no, you're kidding me, Clipsera. You cannot let them get away with that. You need to get that kill. You had all the time in the world to get those shots. And unfortunately for Clipsera, Dea and his partner, Dare, both have now secured lamp room. So that leaves Talon alone on A sites, and this will be a round for Getting Info.
With little to no time left on the clock at this point, as it passes the halfway mark, since you know that there's just another player on the completely opposite side of the site, you just gotta hold guard right there. So I mean, Ultra Iron, even though they did have a very good advantage starting off early right here, we actually see Dia go ahead and get taken down. I mean, that advantage that they had, Ultra Iron is struggling a little bit with the offense that Getting Info is having, simply based off of the fact that the more that they try to attack Getting Info, where before they're able to make their way towards the site, sometimes they just take very unfortunate losses. The areas where they've been struggling a little bit more is definitely coming from the fact that Getting Info, whenever they're fully armed, you can see that it's just the individual 1v1s that they're winning, right? Like Getting Info. they're the ones that are making sure that the headshots are clean, that they're crisp on the other side. But I mean, Ultra Iron, they got really good players like Misha, like Katie, Zeta. I mean, even though we saw an unfortunate display, right, of Zeta within the previous round, but still very individual and small things that are adding up towards Ultra Iron Club losing those advantages where they should be having a lot more to be able to run with it, right? The rounds still are quite young. They're still able to get that tie, if not a bit more of a situation where it favors them. That flash just straight up immediately almost takes care of Dare, and really lined up perfectly. However, he was able to get out of there just in the nick of time, Toon, in order to avoid the shots being fired off. And I do have to say, like, you cannot miss those shots super early on. That's Salen getting the kill. And now mid is uncontested, rather from just one player over there within Connector.
Connector is going to be checked now as well with the fire. So that only will force Clipzetta to stand back a little bit. But unfortunately for Ultra Iron, they just keep dropping. Oh no, wait a minute. There is some fighting back. And it's Katie once again. Like, if Katie and Misha are out, I almost want to give the round immediately to getting info. But thankfully for Ultra Iron, Katie has once again practiced survival. And Flo has also kind of kept on fighting for survival there. I mean, you can see that Flo has only died twice. So the money is once again not the biggest of worries. But this round here might be the turn of events for Ultra Iron, as only Flo would be able to buy something big in terms of a full loadout. Katie there, getting all the intel she can, and while also staying safe. Flo gets the kill on Marque, a little bit overkill, as it is the AWP. Oh, and that one's gonna hurt. Already takes care of Vanity, his own teammate. But you know what? In exchange, you do get a little bit of intel. Flo, however, is going to just run away with his AWP. No use in fighting for a site that's already been gone. That bomb is going to explode, and we're going to see an even score. Dio, it's 10 rounds gone by, and that's a 5-5 scoreboard. Once again, easy come, easy go, because Ultra Iron was feeling good at first, but unfortunately, they cannot seem to get any more victories going.
Yeah, they just cannot seem to get their foot in the door in order for them to continue with that momentum. I mean, we saw that kill that Darty had on his teammate, yes, but I mean, it was in order to be able to get that kill right there, so it was a bit of a sacrifice, like Piccolo and Goku against Raditz. Like, it was just like, shoot me, it's okay, it's perfectly fine as long as you get the kill, because it did eventually win them the round right there. So I have to agree with that, with the kill, unfortunate as it may be, right? I mean, that's why bullets pierce, and that's why they have that ability to be able to wallbang through anything at that point. So simply waiting off a utility like here early on within the round. Is that going to flush them forward? Yes, it is, and it is going to allow there to get the kill on Clipzetta, but then Katie immediately retaliates. Does get hit for a little bit. Will Marky be able to make the kill happen? Do they know where she is? Doesn't seem like they want to approach at any given moment either. Yep, not being able to get the shot, but Katie unfortunately not committing too much to the running gun, actually opts for a bit of a strafe. That is what's going to cost her. Flo with the AWP is making wonders happen. Able to get the kill on Vanity as well. Molly's flashes, everything being shot off right there. Not quite going to stop him, but Darty. Whoa. Oh my goodness gracious. The fact that he was barely able to scrape away with his life right there is definitely not what you expected to see. And then Dea puts a final nail within the coffin for Talon, as getting info is now on the verge of claiming an advantage toward the halftime.
Would be the same score as the last map too, with Ultra Iron getting 5 victories and getting info with 7. But this round defines everything. Clipzetta yet to make his investment. There you go, it's going to be the M4. So everybody armed to the teeth. You've got double AWP, one on each side, and of course the AK-47s coming into play. Getting info, I think, still has the advantage, at least in the momentum side. I am not sure how good they're going to do on CT. I doubt it's going to be that big of a tear like it was on Train. But for what it's worth, you do have the weapons to play with it, and goodbye, Flo! That's the first kill to be taken by Ultra Iron. Very sad to see, but Clipzetta response taking care of Marque with his MP9, by the way. And unfortunately for Dare, he does not check his angles. I mean, you gotta check your angles, buddy. That's a very, very sad loss to take. But Ultra Iron do control Connector and very likely A sites as well. But that's where getting info is headed. You've got Vanity still with some util on his hands. A flash and... oh, and Molly, but you don't need that. Darty and Vanity take care of Talon.
Now we do have Misha just making her way towards the site. Oh, where do you think you're going? goes in and gets a shot. Vanity no longer within play. Then Dea says, yeah, I'm gonna use my teammate's corpse as a bit of a way of getting information right there. And then I actually see Katie completely flashed off, unable to be moved from harm's way. Taking out AG, that hits so harshly right there. And now that gives away the information on where they are. Knows where both of them are. And at that point, they just have to coordinate the push. Will they coordinate? That is a question. No need for it, because the scoreboard is now within the total and undisputable favor of getting info. Same situation that we had previously as well, Toon, in which getting info, I mean, they did lead off with the advantage within the halftime, right? But it was a very, very well fought half coming from Alter Iron, because they were able to claim the advantage, yes, but still getting info, like the scoreboard that we saw before getting info started to rack off of it, was 5-3. Then Alter Iron Club lost 4 rounds in a row, and that can be a bit demoralizing.
Well, if they can at least prevent the same actions from happening, I think they would be looking a ton better. Alter Iron did not find a single round on the second half last map. This should be the tide turner. They do have a very good impetus to move forward. I like the way they're pushing here, and they're about to enter excavation. Will they check for that left angle immediately, though? There's the util flying in. They know about the push towards B. But here comes Marque. Oh, baby. A little bit dirty there on the killing department, but you know what? Still a trade. And now it's all about defending B side, and unfortunately not going super well at first, but you keep on trading and you keep on giving, and you forgave a little too much. You forgave them a little too much. Alter Iron is going to plant and very likely get this victory, because there's only one player still remaining in Stair, and yep, he was about to die either way, so this is already a better outcome for Alter Iron, as they're able to put themselves on the board on the second half, whereas they couldn't on the last map.
Oh, so what happened right there? Because I saw a lot of players just go down for a bit of a moment within the last half, the last part of the round. So a bit of an interesting situation, to say the least, what we're going to be seeing right here, especially at the moment. Since, well, I mean, we saw him able to get those double kills. Yeah, that's yeah, I think this is going to be a bit of a match medic situation. What is going on?
Gonna be a round reset very likely. Bunch of connection issues probably.
Maybe. Let me check. Do we have?
I don't see any info just yet on Discord.
Yeah, not quite yet. So let's just see if maybe it's going to be a bit of a match medic, or we're going to get a round reset, or what's going on. But while we get that figured out, let's go ahead and head into a break. So we'll be right back with you with some more action afterwards. Thank you guys very much for that brief wait. It seems like the servers are now getting that reset. And now we're heading into a match in which getting info was on, is still within the advantage. However, that first round did not favor them much at all. As we're now heading into the Ultra Iron Club, possibly claiming a bit of a tie right here within this round. Actually, right here with an Ancient completely flashed off right there. Darty able to get the kill and clip set up, but then gets a second one as well as Misha tries to go in for the refrag. Does get it, but not expecting Darty to get that double kill right there. Claiming both Galil and a MAC-10 within their names, within their ranks too, could definitely be devastating.
I'm very interested in seeing how they're going to fight for these angles like lower mid. I mean, they just left that completely unattended, unfortunately, and that leads into a full rotation on the other side of the ramp. Darty here, MAC-10 could make bank, but unfortunately is cut short. That's 2 players remaining for Alter Iron, and Marque not able to find his mark there. But you know what? The util is still in. He would rather tank some damage, and unfortunately he tanked a little too much as the bullets are going to do the trick. Round 14 is Alter Iron's 2nd consecutive victory, and that puts them at a tight score. And being so even, Dio, I think is a bit of a, you know, a bit of a message. The fact that they have been able to keep this even now definitely tells you that Alter Iron are now a little bit more used to getting info's rhythm. They're not quite caught off guard as much like they were in Train. And of course, the whole dynamic of Train can also hurt you a ton, given the, you know, the power imbalance and the 2 sides that play that map. But now here on Ancient, you definitely know a lot more about your lineups and everything. You have been playing this map for a whole lot more, at least competitively speaking. And you can, you know, do this tag team effort to switch angles, switch areas to defend and everything. And it seems to be a very slow round now because they know that the rifles are in. So Ultra Iron needs to take their time before going forward.
Yeah, specifically just continuing with the pressing on W right here whenever you know that the team has rifles is not the correct option, right? So you got to make sure you get things to be very, very slow. Those smokes that can dissipate in any given moment are definitely going to give you at least a little bit more of a leadway. Right here, we have Talon and Marque, however you want to call it, just playing a little bit of a dance off with no interactions at this point. Well, as it's seemingly going to be an A-site execute tune with, you know, I think it's going to be like 30 seconds up on the clock, give or take, if they do decide to make their way through. If Misha is able to get at least one able to get this kill here, oh, that's definitely going to place him within a better position. However, it's there, the one that is going to get the kill. Not only that, but the utility is going to start flying. The execution is starting off right here within the site, and then from both sides, Clutette able to get 1, able to get 2. Jumps on top of the box right there and knows exactly what he should be expecting. And then Vanity does get the kill right there on Clutette out. 1 player left alive. That's Talon. Thing is, no bullets left within the mag. And for A1S within the hands of Talon now. Doesn't have to really worry too much about that. With the bomb being placed right smack in the middle of the door, I mean, there's nothing much left for Talon to do other than just book it. And once again, they have not been able to get that foot in the door. They've only been able to get the advantage twice within this series, and now seemingly they're not getting it anymore at this point, because getting info has just been able to stop them constantly without it. I think right there is that within the previous round, I think that their main sin was the fact that they took way too much time in order to reorganize and execute.
And I was talking about the patience and how they knew that the rifles were in and everything, but yeah, there's definitely a limit to how much you should be taking your time like that. I don't know about that grenade, man. I don't know about, you know, bombing Dare right on. But hey, Marque did get a flying kill there on Katie. And now you've got Dare on his own, trapped here. Yeah, there's not much to do there. Trapped on the cubby. He's gonna have to take a lot of bullets to be taken down, but you know what? It's a 3v3, and at least they did get some intel because they definitely saw more players approaching T-Ramp, and there you have it. Misha taken down by Darty. Now just rotating and trying to balance the remaining players to make sure that neither side is widely, you know, unprotected. Vanity is going to try and head in, and ooh, head on. He does find Talon, but not quite the kill. The intel is in, however, and they know that they're still kind of lurking for a chance to ambush B sides, but it's a 2v2 deal, and this is pretty much a 50-50. You don't really know where to commit your pieces, especially for Dea. I mean, having the AWP, that's a complicated battle to fight, knowing how close you would be to death. Oh, speaking of which, it's a no-scope kill from Dea, and also sets a second kill, knowing that if Vanity if Misha approached from the right side, you still had somebody on the doors, so you better keep an eye out for that. B side is still a menace to protect.
Making sure you clear off those angles. Got Talon hitting his way through right there. Do we see the shots? Yes, we do. That's Dea with the USB. Doesn't even have to go in for the AWP at that point. And I mean, it was a really, really rough bout, not gonna lie, especially since Ultra Iron, they did have the proper intelligence in order to try to make things happen. However, the execution right there was just subpar, if I do say so myself, right? I mean, you got an opper with your back against you, and you had the peeking event. You always head for the headshots, right? Regardless of whatever weapon you have, you got that Mac 10. Use it, man. Just make sure you're using it at that point, because not getting a kill right there definitely gave that leadway into a situation where they're able to get that HE kill. But yeah, I think that within that last round, I definitely think that one kill in which he was with his back against his opponent definitely cost him the round right there. Speaking of costing him the round right here, no firepower, no utility, no nothing. Not able to get that wall bang. I mean, with the last player right smack in the middle of that cubby, there's nothing much left for them to do. Katie goes down, and she stood no chance against the rifles, man. Very, very rough round right here for the players in yellow, the ones that are on the attack. 10-7.
Honestly, almost felt like run and gun with the way that developed, but hey, Marque was at least, you know, switching between the spots and everything. Shout out to Darty, by the way. I mean, as time goes on, Darty has now become the true killer of this map, being the best player on getting info, and he has landed almost twice as many kills as many of his own teammates. But, you know, give it a little bit more time, he will probably keep on popping off. Dea here, letting himself get a little bit closer to the action, going to check lower mid, and there's no reason for him to switch! Oh my goodness, Misha! Wow. The most confident swing and hit on both of those headshots. Goodness gracious. Only Misha is going to be taken down, of course, but you know what? Those two kills that he just got, definitely delivering a ton of value for Ultra Iron Club. And look at that, 2 kills, 200 damage, just the perfect amount. 2 bullets, 2 headshots. What a performance from Misha, even if he's dead now.
Yeah, Misha definitely paved the way for this round to go within the way of Ultra Iron. But, I mean, the way has been paved. Thing is, Toon, you have to make sure that they hit those shots, especially going on right here. We see a player right there through runs. That's Katie with the kill on Marky. Big stuff. However, right there, utility within your hands can't really be caught like that. Vanity able to get one. No, switches towards his sidearm, gets the second. But just the verge of getting that third, unfortunately, does go down. We have the N4A1S within the hands right there. Oh, and already able to get the kill on Talon. This is a 1v1, and it is against Quincera, who has not been having the best day right there, but says, you know what, I may not be having the best day, but I can still clutch things up. I can still get that 1v1 and make it happen. Ultra Iron Club still got some rounds left in them, and what a spectacular double kill right there from Misha.
I mean, we were talking about Misha a lot in the last map, right? How Misha was kind of the MVP over on that side. Even if the result was not quite successful for the team, you still had Misha as the standout player. So, yeah, it is going to be the case once more. Katie is a lot closer, though, so for a switch-in, Katie has been doing amazing. But still, Misha has put up some very solid numbers. Now, Getting Info is going for the first tactical pause of the evening, for what I'm concerned. But yeah, they're gonna take their sweet time, as this round here that they just lost, that was a bit of an interesting one. You did not count on that loss happening, given your loadout and everything. But you know what? What Misha did at the very beginning definitely turned the tides. And thankfully for Ultra Iron Club, they were able to ride that momentum, even if Misha died right after. So, yeah, it's just a great way to go forward.
See what they have in store for us now, because that round was essential. It was very, very crucial for them to be able to get their economy back in order. But especially if you're going right there through the fire and the flames like that, it's not really going to work out too much within their favor. Darty gets able to get a double kill with the kill on Flow and on Misha.
Already
And
4 people down. Wow.
yeah, already. I mean, less than 30 seconds as the round had started. Only Pizzera, the player that was able to reclaim the previous round, still alive. And Dea is slowly closing in on him right there. Yep, they see him right there through the spawn. Vanity goes down. Even though that smoke is going to provide some sort of cover, at this point, it's rough. It's definitely a bit of a cautious situation, the one that you have right here. Attempts to go in for the bit of a wide swing. Dea unable to react in time. Zera, do not do this, man. Don't do this. I have blood pressure problems, man. Are you going to be able to make it happen? I'm very anxious to see what's going on at this point. Smoke is about to dissipate, and we got players covering every single one of the angles that there is a possibility of Alter Iron's last player from calling from, except one, which is the main leadway tune towards the A site. Right now, Clipseta has an option to take. Does he want to make it towards the A site and risk Darty just completely annihilating him with the M4A1S? Or are we going to see the save at this point? I mean, with the AK-47 within your hands and 2 kills on the scoreboard completely healthy, I think it's definitely doable.
They're about to face off against the M4. Oh, you saw him, you saw him, you saw him. There's a call out. And here comes the possible plant. But first comes with a fake! Clipsera, somewhat blinded and everything, he was still able to take care of Darty. And now he's got 2 opponents, both of whom are extremely lit. Like, you sneeze on them and they're dead. So you need a very coordinated effort here to take care of Clipsera, who is actually gonna go forward on the aggressive. In the meantime, you've got Dare turning around and he will catch him on the other side. But will Clipsera ever leave his front? We don't know. Dare needs a headshot. He needs a headshot. He doesn't get it! Clipsera with the actual clutchest round so far in what was looking like a lost cause. Alter Iron Club had lost 4 of their players very early on. And then, this guy, alone, gets the ace, gets the round, plants the bomb, gets the bonus, and gets Alter Iron Club at a 1 round deficit only. This is not over yet.
Wow. I'm going to be very real with you. I thought that definitely was not going to go within the way of the Alter Iron Club, but that is just the way of the indomitable human spirit, right? Like, that's exactly how it's supposed to work, especially early on within this. You see the jump right through there? No, they're actually going to try to rush everybody down right here. And I mean, that rush down could spell the death of them, because we have a lot more players right there within the T lower part, which could eventually make their way through heaven. Want to be able to catch them within a bit of a crossfire situation, but that's exactly what your teammates are preventing right here from within Lamp Room. Speak of the devil, this is exactly what I was talking about right there. Oh, Mark able to get the kill on Katie, and then gets the second one as well on Talon, sorry. And now this is a 3v4 situation, but I mean, firepower is within the favor of the Ultra Iron Club, and we've seen these things happen before, man. Even though Dea and Marky are quite lit up, it could just set up a bit of a crossfire that could spell danger for whoever tries to come in right here through house. That's exactly what I was talking about. This crossfire situation right here. Does Marky get kill right here? Nope. Yep. It's a bit of a, I wouldn't say like Bogdan's law with the AWP, right? But I mean, Marky says, you know what? I'm gonna give that to you, Vanity, in case I go down, and he does go down. So doesn't really have to compromise too much firepower in order for him to be able to get at least a little bit more of information at that point too. So I think that's a very smart play. Regardless, though, still have to make their way towards the site with everything taken into consideration. It's still a rough one. Oh my god, with the back turns against the wall, Vanity is able to turn around and get the kill on Flow. But then Misha gets one more. And with the information being rallied off right there, it's Dea against the world. He knows that he's very, very low within HP. And with little time left on the clock, I mean, all you have to do is just play a little bit of game of Ring Around the Rosie at this point. Does Darty make it happen? Gotta plant the bomb soon. Does he make it happen? No, he took too much. He took way too much time getting info. Able to get, oh no, and not only did they get the round, but they also get the final kill. No money, no dinero, man.
Goodness gracious, getting info. I mean, we talk about clutch rounds, right? I mean, Clipsera was once again the last person standing for Ultra Iron Club, and this time it was Darty who got that clutch of victory. But dang, it's getting a little too close for comfort, I think. Getting info, for sure, was not letting Alter Iron get this close before. And now, of course, Alter Iron with this kind of loadouts, if they lose it here, they can only hope for overtime, which is already a huge toll to take mentally. But will they be able to at least find those kills? You've got Katie as the sole rifle player. Not even an AK, it's a Took a little, actually. And the rest of them, 2 Tech 9s, 2 Mac 10s. You could still make bank and hope for the best on the remaining rounds, but it's not feeling too viable for them right now. You do have somebody ready to throw util. It seems it's Marque. With, I actually can tell you, it's a smoke. It's a smoke ready to cover dark. But it seems like it's not going to happen quite yet. First, you need to dissipate the smoke, and there starts out with the kill on Clipzetta through that smoke. And here comes the 4 stack, or the actually 3 stack from Alter Iron Club. Do they check for the Cubby? I think there's a chance for them to check Cubby before moving forward, but just now Alter Iron starts to dissipate a little bit. They try to gather before the ramp, before chamber or anything. They still need to rethink their approach because it's a very, very dangerous round, Dio. And that smoke is going to make things even harder. The time is ticking. Only 35 seconds remaining now. Dio, what do they do?
I mean, first and foremost, we already seen a total of 2 rounds being lost because of the fact that they took too much time with their approach. So they have to commit right here towards the B site, which is now heavily guarded, and you give the signal away right towards your teammates. Yep, and we actually see that they are going to be the one to move immediately. Vanity does get the kill on Misha. Katie, though, goes in and gets a double frag. We see the double. Oh my god, and Marky able to retaliate almost immediately. Hey, yeah, I got those too. And right here towards the other part says gets a triple kill, and that is the final nail within the coffin, man. That is needed at that point for the team in getting info to maybe close this out within a 2-0 fashion, because no money, there's not going to be much of an economy right here for Alter Iron Club, because they did go for the force buy within that round. And even if it was that force buy, I mean, they didn't have enough time to be able to get the bomb plant. So it's been, again, the fact that they're taking way too much time to make their way towards the site that just gave getting info that victory within that last round, and quite possibly the victory within the match.
I'm not saying it's a lost cause, but yeah, with that kind of loadout, you need to play your heart out. Of course, Clipzetta already clutched up once. I think that Katie and Misha can definitely put up some good numbers. I'm not so sure about Talon and Flo. They have definitely been trailing behind a little bit. And on the side of getting info, only Vanity has really stayed behind on the numbers, and maybe Deo too with that BWP. The rest of them are doing so well. But here comes the approach. Alter Iron have already located one player. It's there. And they're going to start shooting towards him. If you don't have any rapid fire, you can at least point all your guns to the same guy, and that's kind of pseudo rapid fire. And there is the first one to die. Dea now on mid, quite open. He would be in a very risky position as he needs to back down into the chamber. There you go, he goes into Donut. Darty sees Misha approaching A side, takes care of him, and Dea takes care of both Talon and Katie, but did not see it. But you know what, it's a double kill, and that puts Alter Iron at only 2 players remaining, and the player count does not lie, Dio. It looks and spells disaster for Alter Iron Club. They have fought so hard, and they can still fight through. Oh, wait a minute, it's a 2v2 now! The Tech 9's coming in clutch, but they do not pick up any alternate weapons, or at least Clipzetta doesn't. Flo does have an M4 now.
And the thing is, where is the bomb? That is the question at this point. Where is it? Do we see the kill right here coming in from Clipzetta? Does he see it? Turns around in the incorrect moment. Data, unfortunately, that timing does not favor the bold. And it seems like the bold approach is going to be to head towards the A site if they can deny the bomb plant. This can be a great issue right here. Oh, and that's it. That's the game. All he has to do is retreat. Doesn't have enough time, or does he? Yes, he does. Just barely able to retrieve it in the correct moment. Yes! That's going to be a change up right here. Getting that plant within the last able moment. No. Vanity with 4 HP before getting that defusal. What a hell of a round, the one that we just saw right here from getting info. Everybody deserved to win it, but in the end, only one can claim the crown.
That's going to be the game, the set, and the match. Everybody getting info 2-0. But the second map was darn close. Don't let that score lie to you. If Alter Iron won a round, like 2 rounds earlier, that would have been a very, very different turn of events given the economy and how much of a push they would have had. But it is what it is, and now they're gonna have to wait a little bit longer before qualification, but also getting info. Shoutouts to them. They just qualified to the playoffs with a solid victory. Those 2 maps were definitely hard fought. Ancient a little bit harder than Train for sure, but you know what? It's all about the communication and the synergy you have with your team. They adapted to what Alter Iron was proposing, and they did so greatly, getting a very solid victory, and now punching their ticket as the first team to qualify to the playoffs of Series number 4. Ultra Iron is going to have to keep on playing if they want to make it. But you know what? From what they showed today, I think there's a lot of promise. I think they should be able to get to the playoffs. I would be very surprised if they ended up falling.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a nail biter within the last parts of that match. But I mean, in the end, it does go towards the better players. And saying that right now, within this instant, Getting Info was the better players, I would have to agree with that. But that does not mean that Ultra Iron were not full of just complete professionals within what we just saw, right? Obviously, they need a little bit more of coordination in order to be able to take down the big dogs within the immediate vicinity, within the possibility of the playoffs. But I mean, that's something that you can get later on within the series, so it's definitely something to take into consideration at this point, Toon. But with that 2-0, we are going to be heading into the next match after this break, which is going to be Might against MCS Gaming. So these are currently the standings. So we are going to be getting the second team to make their way towards the playoffs today.
For sure, we're going to see the next one in just a few hours, but in the meantime, Dio, it is going to be a bit of a longer break. Next match is scheduled for 1 hour from now. So we're gonna take that break, everybody. We will be back with you when this next match begins, so don't switch off the TV. Be right back real soon. on to the final match of the evening, everybody. Now we've got a new matchup of Might versus MCS. And Dio, these two have also won their 2 sets so far, meaning they're fighting for qualification into the playoffs. The difference here is that in their records, Might did not play their second match. They actually got a forfeit victory against the Kimbo. So if we are looking at the record alone, MCS is technically doing better as they won all 4 of the maps they have played so far. But you know what? We're about to find out, because either way, I think that Might is definitely a name to be wary of.
Yeah, I mean, you got them playing against very big teams like Sharks. You got them playing against very big names like Undone, Roomba Peak, not Mythic, which is very, very funny. But that is on behalf of the Might roster, the one that we have here today, which is, of course, going to be DJ, Jared, Louis, Snakes, and Voltage, if I recall correctly, is not going... Oh, yeah, is actually replacing Wreckmeister. Yeah, he's the one that is replacing one of the players today, which is going to be Wreckmeister. So, I mean, Wreckmeister does have a little bit more maps than Voltage right here. And if I recall correctly, there's also a player that I do not recognize here, Jared. Jared is also going to be playing as a stand-in for Outback, right? So unless it's the same person, I could be omitting that information. If that is, please let me know. But I mean, right now Might does have a very formidable roster, all leaded by DJ, who has been on this roster for the longest amount of time, with a total of 77 maps played. I mean, last matches that they had were actually pretty good. They were able to beat Tsunami as well, which a very arduous first map that they had, right, going 19-16 within the second overtime. And then on Nuke, it was just a little bit more evenly matched out within the favor of Might. So let's go ahead and check out their opponents, which are going to be MCS, who are fresh off of a victory.
Yes, indeed. We've got MCS composed of Snoofafu, Scorchy, Ogura, and Goodbye, alongside OZ Zarka. And yes, their victory came against the Bad News Capybaras, who had to forfeit their latest match, actually, in the middle echelon of round 3. So now they're here against Might. They defeated Lotus before as well, and Lotus actually was one of the first 2 teams to be eliminated. So you've got the Bad News Capybaras in the middle echelon of things, and then the victory against Lotus, right? But yeah, Might and MCS are definitely feeling good about their record so far. Again, MCS did have to play both of their matches, and they did win every single map so far. So tonight, we're going to see the first map loss for one of these 2 teams, which is going to be a pretty big dent to take. I mean, we talked about the mental side of things and everything, particularly for the earlier matchup that we had of Ultra Iron against Getting Info. I think that Ultra Iron was definitely hurt by the fact that they didn't get a single round on the second half of the first map. Then they proceeded to do a little bit better, but you know what? The mental toll is still pretty big. You saw how they performed in the later half of it. Yeah. So yeah, you just need to readapt, man. I mean, nothing's truly lost until it's over. So hopefully these guys can, stand tall even if they do lose a map.
Yeah, speaking of the maps, let's go ahead and straight into the vetoes, because if you guys were seeing the previous match, it might seem a little bit familiar right here. But let's go ahead and head off with the bans first off. I find it interesting to see that the first map that was banned right here on behalf of MCS is actually going to be Nuke, which makes a lot of sense because they actually haven't played too much on it. But then the ban on Train is something that really caught me off guard coming in from Might, because one would expect, right, that them being a team that has a little bit more experience, they would generally try to favor these ones. But the first pick obviously going to be Anubis out here on behalf of MCS. One of their most played maps, tied at 3 rounds with Mirage, with a good win rate as well. And then the immediate retaliation is going to be Ancient, tied as well for one of their most played maps. However, for Might, it's not looking too good. A total 18 maps played, 4 times 1. And yeah, that does spell a lot of danger right there for them, meaning that they feel comfortable within this because it is one of their comfort picks. But then the ban on Inferno coming in from MCS. And then finally, Mirage as well leaves Dust 2 as the decider, ladies and gentlemen. Tune. This is essentially the same lineup that we saw beforehand, with only one exception being Anubis, the first map that is going to be played instead of Train. And I really like what I'm seeing right here, because it's the fact that MCS is playing a little bit into their own strategy as well. But for a fact that numbers, they don't lie. And right now they have the same amount of numbers for Anubis, both of these teams, with a total of 66.7% win rate, but Might has a grand total of 5 times more times played right here within Anubis within the last couple of months. So that is definitely going to be a decisive factor within this.
Yep, a very interesting turn of events as the first selection. Also, Might is going to have the T side at start, so yeah, very curious turn of events. I would not have expected this given the record and given where they like to play and everything. Generally, Anubis is considered a T-sided map, so Might would rather end things on CT. They don't want to play for the comeback. They want to play for the heavy stack at first, and then just close out the job. If they get a record like, I don't know, 10-2 on the side switch, more power to you. But it will be quite complicated. MCS is looking like a team to be extremely wary of. And looking at what they have done so far just in this series, taking a look at what they did against the Bad News Capybaras, for instance, they won 13-8 on Anubis. So they already have experience here in this very same series. They also fought Anubis against Lotus with a 13-6 victory. So it's a comfort pick. I would almost call it that, the comfort pick. Like, regardless of your opponent's statistics, you've got your own comfort selection. This is where you know you're going to perform. So yeah, more power to MCS that they are able to make this one work. As for Ancient, though, they have not yet went to Ancient on this series in particular. So, that's a bit of a bigger question mark for MCS, but you did already tell us what to expect from Might and such. So, yeah, I'm just hoping for a good show here, man. Ancient is going to be the true question mark for now, but yeah, for what we already saw, it's all about that distribution of util and how you communicate and relay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I was muted for a bit. I'm gonna be very real with you, Toon. I think that if MCS wants to win, they have to beat them 2-0 yes or yes, right? Why? Because they have to win this map, which is obviously their comfort pick, and then they have to beat them on Ancient, because on Dust 2, they have such an incredible record, Might has such an incredible record, that you don't want to take them there. Like, you do not want to take them there. And if you want to make sure that you take these wins on Anubis, you also have to make sure that you strike them where it hurts the most, which is going to be on their T side. Now, a lot of people tend to say that Anubis is a 50-50 match, slightly inclined towards Terrorist, the T side, right? And that, of course, does reflect very accurately within the stats that we're seeing today, with a 57.63 times won on the T side for Might, and they have played it quite often within the last. They played it once within the last month, which was on the 15th. They played it against Tsunami. This is what I was talking about, 19-16. But then they also beat Roomba Peak and Not Mythic in Philadelphia 18. So, and they beat them 13-7 and 13-4 respectively, which is definitely something you got to look out for right here. But not only, well, let's go ahead and head straight into the match. But not only does that speak well of the North America scene doing mighty fine nowadays, but it also speaks well of the competition that they're having. So, with that being said, Toon, let's start off strong within the arid sands of Anubis. You got to be careful because the Egyptian gods are watching.
For sure, you don't want to have the curse of Ra upon you. And, this might be the first delivery of just that. Ooh, baby, a headshot onto Jared. It wasn't even Oxarka that delivered that headshot. It was actually Goodbye calling the same name to his opponent. But look at that. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Goodbye. Wow. So pristine, so precise. A very small flick, but an effective one at that. And Snakes does have the chance to go in and plant the bomb, takes care of Goodbye, takes care of Nufafu, and suddenly we're in a 1v1, and Ogura does not have a very good position to be in. He has already been seen. He cannot seem to land the headshot. My goodness, Snakes! What a way to start. This is round 1, and already he clutches it 3v1? Wow.
What a great way to start off, right? Because we had Goodbye go immediately ballistic right there with the defense, and then we just saw him hit headshot after headshot after headshot right there. And Snakes just knew. Snakes just seemed to understand exactly where these players wanted to attack from, and that really gave a leeway for Might to be able to make this happen. Now, I do see the Force Fire coming in right here from MCS, so this could spell a little bit of danger if they do not win this next round. And winning this next upcoming round, do they wait for the smoke to dissipate? Yes, they wait for it to strike actually in order for him to be able to back off like there. Scorchy just covering off the connector passway, so nobody is able to see from anywhere at that point, right? You got to make sure that you obviously have everything very well covered right here. The Devil Yep, that's going to dissipate the smoke. Do we see his shot? Yes, we do, and that's all Sarka, the one who's able to get that kill on Louis. Not only did that HE dissipate the smoke for a moment, it seems like it dissipated permanently. It also gave leadway for Might to have at least a little bit more of information too. And you see them backing off a little bit. You know, you got one player, that's Snakes, with the AK-47 within his hands. He could catch a pair of cheeky kills right here, and maybe that could spell a little bit of a better future for this round. But right now, they are in a bit of a tough spot. Definitely doable for sure, but still tough spot nonetheless.
Hey, no matter what, Might does have some solid rapid fire on their hands. Nufafu, though, yep, he is simply going to merge, catches DJ on the move, and Might now feeling much worse than before. You do have a couple of AKs to your name, or rather one AK and one Galil, but still, the rapid fire is in, and now the smoke will give you some time to go in and plant the bomb. This should be a good enough effort to get a couple of kills. This should even things out at the very least, I would expect, and there you have it. It's actually a lead for Might! From simple good positioning and good aim, they're able to find 4 kills, and only Scorchy remains with a scout in hand. And yeah, the scout is never optimal to get this kind of a comeback. That's going to be another round for Might. Good on them for keeping the 3 stacked together, for ambushing ASA units, and of course for keeping the rapid fire on their hands too. I mean, they might not be able to pick up anything more powerful. They're quite far away from every weapon dropped, but they could still catch Scorchy. Yeah, I think they're going to sandwich him together real soon. Here you go. That's the round. And you don't want the scouts, but still, you got the round victory, and you got the massacre before the bomb exploded. More power to Might.
Yeah, they're really looking good, even though they're starting off rocky, right? Like, you saw them. They weren't the people to get the first frags starting off strong. They were actually on the back foot, and that speaks well of the mental play that they have, right? They're like, okay, we're a man down. How do we make this? How do we convert this to something that is better for us, right? And they obviously take their time. They want to play a little bit of a longer game in order for them to be able to get more information. Once they get that information, that is when they start to strike, and that's what's bringing Might to Might, really, because now, I mean, information is super, super important. What are you doing right there? Would you just not see him? Would you just did not see him, but then Snakes, we see him all the way from the top of drop. Just to be able to get 2, and look at what a bait right there. What a masterful bait right there, because Snakes being able to get 2 from all the way on top of drop, and then just a boost on top of the smoke, baiting them into trying to make their way through is definitely amazing, if I do say so myself. This is going to give the team in yellow a little bit of an advantage. Louis with the double kill, and it all was of one tricky little setup tune. One tricky little setup gave Might that win.
Well, you'll have to see it, man. I think that getting those tricky strats early on gives you the chance to then get a bit more experimental later. And, yeah, I mean, you already have the confidence. If it worked once, why wouldn't it work twice? And not necessarily the same strat. I mean, you can just get a lot more experimental, and you already have an example of success. Now, the problem here for Might is that they are going to face off against an AWP, so I don't think that water is going to be that safe initially. They definitely need to set up that smoke on connector. Yeah, and there you have it. That's one entry closed. Although the AWP is not actually on water, it's on A site, meaning that it's going to be a bloodbath if they try to enter from A site. You better watch out when A main is on the menu. And there you go. They're trying to make sure that there's nobody beneath that. But man, it's going to be a very complicated fight, and it's going to be a very sad surprise for them when they eat lead from the AWP the second they walk forward, or just the M4. That could also happen. The M4 is going to take one person down as Voltage is taken care of, and of course the intel is being rallied in. A couple of smokes thrown in too to earn a little bit more time for Might. And in the meantime, 3 players entering from connector, and I don't think MCS is ready for it. Do they see them? Oh my god! Louis, you cannot look away from that!
Yeah, especially since you're the one that's covering the Vanguard right there. You actually see Ozarka be able to get not only 1, but 2 kills. 2 super important kills. And that's and a good fight's like, but wait, there's more. And then just goes in, gets the flank, gonna get the bomb down. But Snake's able to get the kill on goodbye. However, Jared no longer within play, within the hands of the set teammates. Snakes does have a perfect 10-0 KD. And he's looking to make it even wider. Goes in, gets 1 right there. Doesn't get the headshot towards the second one. The thing is, even though he didn't get that headshot, Scorchy was still a little bit late on the trigger. And those type of little interactions, Tune, are the ones that end up accumulating later on. So if you're the player that just got hit down by the AWP, if you're being critical, right? Because obviously from an outsider standpoint, it's definitely easy to say. But if you're critical about it, you notice that hesitation. You notice that if you place a bullet in his head before he can pull the trigger, it's definitely doable for sure. But right now it didn't happen. Obviously, you don't want to let that conditioning get to your head because he was a little bit late on the draw, and that's something to take into consideration.
And I do believe that Snakes had the reaction timing to get that kill as well, but he was swinging, so it was going to take a few frames longer for him. But still, more power to Snakes, man. 10 to 11 on round 5? Like, what's going on here? That's an outstanding number to have as a KD. It's an outstanding amount of kills, and an outstanding, more so, amount of deaths to only have 1 death so far, which happened just last round. Just outstanding performance from Snake all throughout. What I do love from MCS, however, is that they were able to keep the AWP for Scorchy. What I'm not quite sure of is the angle that Scorchy's playing. I mean, it's definitely not the place that I would expect him to be in. And also, I don't think, it wasn't him who got that kill. It was the MP9 coming through from Snoofafu, who also took a ton of damage. But, it's all about the positioning here. And Connector will be won by MCS once again, defended properly. But now in comes the attempt from the outside. There's still a bunch of killery around you, so it won't be an easy battle to defend B side. Eventually, the intel will come in. They will know that everybody remaining is going to be ambushing B. And here you go. That's 2 kills. Make that an even game.
Oh, what a flick right there from Voltage as we do get that second kill within the scoreboard. You're seeing the bomb being planted, a little bit more time on the clock right here, or less, however you want to see it. We do see the utility fly by in order to stop anybody trying to come in right there from the palace part of the site. You already got 1 player all the way from Sniper. Have you covered off the connector, though? That is the question right here. Yes, you do. It seems like you do. Perfect stuff right there from Voltage with the quick reaction. And now, you have to play this super, super slow. Obviously not wanting to pick. They're the ones that have to approach you. You don't really want to place yourself out within the open. That's why Voltage is just scrambling for position right here. And yep, at this point, no more time left on the clock. Even if you do have that kit, you do not risk it regardless of what happens. You got to save that AWP for yourself for a rainy day. And it seems like that rainy day is going to be happening within this half as Might gets that 4 rounds in their name, with only being interrupted once within the previous round before this one soon. So, right now MCS is struggling a little bit to simply find their footing. But Might does have that property of whenever they do find that footing to be able to knock them back down and kick them while they're trying to get back up.
That's the hardest part for MCS. The fact that they get a lead going and they can't hold on to it, and in comes Might, not only getting the comeback, but also defending their weaponry and their players. It just builds up on top of itself. And every victory from Might seems like not just getting the kills, they're not just aiming for the kills, they're aiming to do some mental damage. And that's what I appreciate. Oh, Scorchy! He is able to take care of Snakes. A bit slow there from Snakes, actually, to take care of Scorchy. I definitely thought he would have seen him. But it's a big toll to pay. As not only are you playing with a deficit, you're also playing against a semi-buy loadout. And yet it's working out wonders for MCS right from the moment that they took Snakes down. And yep, the bomb is located. There isn't really much of a way in unless you flash them. That's when they try to get in. The scope, sorry, the upper ain't really in play. They're not even close. You don't need him there. You don't need to risk him. That's their win for MCS.
What a round right there, too. Because of how many headshots that you saw. Those deagles were just making sure they hit everybody. And then the flick right there, Scorchy on Snakes. And you saw it. I was talking about like the velocity that the operas have within the reaction time. And I actually saw a tweet from Pimp the other day. Shout outs to Pimp. Amazing caster and also an amazing person right here within the Counter-Strike community. He said, reaction time isn't necessary within the Counter-Strike community, right? That's what he said. And he made it more so towards like, the fact that people tend to really fixate themselves on the reaction time. Speak of reaction time right there, oh my goodness, London Bridge is falling down with how many players are unable to make their way through towards the B site. However, look at that. Even though it was everybody just simply going down right there, how many kills were we able to see? That's DJ with the AK-47. And I was talking about the position of the kills, right? Like the reaction time that you're supposed to have. Sometimes playing with strategy can make up for that reaction time that we see right there. But it's a little bit of a combination of everything that really starts to add up within your name. DJ does have the bomb tune, so this could be him making his way towards the A site in order to get that bomb down. With a little bit more than a minute left on the clock, he can take his sweet, sweet time.
It is going to be a very slow approach. I don't know if the intel was fully relayed, but yeah, nobody was checking A sites, so it's still a bit of a gamble to enter from that area. Might try to take the backside of B. Nope, it will be an A site push after all. And of course, MCS has realized now, hey, it's been a while, no movement. There probably is somebody on A, and now you've got the bomb being set up, so in comes the cavalry. Man, this is going to be a crucial round. Might does not want to give this one up. You can see it in the money. That money ain't looking too swell right now. And here you go. They're gonna check the site first. The inside of the site! Oh my goodness! The immediate retaliation from Ogura. Wow, not even with the AWP actually. Ogura picks up the AWP after Scorchy dies. And then brings home the big prize. It's a round victory, and it's a keeping of the AWP.
What a round right there too. Like, what a reaction. Like I was saying, reaction time is super, super important. He was like, okay, I see him right there. Boom, but how do you hit that headshot from that angle, bro? What a shot. Not only will that leave MCS Gaming into a bit more of a paved driveway wherever they want to put the pedal to the metal, because they're starting to get that momentum and it's starting to take its toll on Might, right? Look at how many rifles they have. Only two Mac 10s as well, with Tech 9 within the hands of Snakes, who has been the most lethal player within this team as of this moment and within the entire server at this point, right? So simply taking things a little bit slower at this point. That flash gives away a little bit of information on where they want to be. Does it trigger a rotation? It does not, but it does trigger at least a little bit of a reaction right here. Fortune does have the AWP. He's going to be forced back right there. Great stuff for Louis. However, we have him right there. Yep, that's Snakes with the kill on him. Ogura with the HE all the way from downtown. Goes in and gets that kill, and that ties things up ever so slightly. Unable to react in time. Voltage does get the upper hand, though, as Ogura was fired on from various angles right there. The bomb is now planted. 2 versus 3. Gonna see that smoke go off right there. Oh, and the thing is, man, those smokes are not walls. You gotta make sure that you hit. You start covering those angles properly. Little time left on the clock right here. You see, is this a smoke? Is he gonna try to go in for the defusal? Gonna go for the HE, and then he sees exactly where he is. But Oxarka, with the better firepower, is able to get the shot and says, "You can blow up that smoke whatever you want, as long as I can. If I can see you, you can see me, and if you can see me, I can see you." So we're on even playing fields right here.
Dun, 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 dun. And of course, with that grenade, I thought, hey, that must have hit head on. Thankfully for Oxarka, he did survive that explosion, and it was looking like a very complicated battle to fight. Even with the fact that it was a Mac 10, you know, the grenade should have done a little bit more to secure that kill later on. But yeah, very heartbreaking loss to have only a Mac 10 in your hands and not, you know, at least like a Layla or something. Even a Tech 9, I think, would have done a better job than the Mac 10. But it is what it is, and now you need to keep on playing with a tie score. But you know what? Might still showed a ton of promise at the very beginning of the map. I think that if they can channel that same synergy again, they are bound to find something great. And speaking of synergy, oh, careful there, no. Well, that's not the synergy I was referring to. Oxarka, unfortunately, not able to deliver the first kill. And that leads to Might having all 5 of their players within sight, protected by smokes and fires all throughout. A very complicated way in for MCS, no matter who it is. And Scorchy might hope to find a kill, but that will only reveal the location of said Opper. And now from the outside, Ogura already seeing somebody. He sees a head peeking, not quite a headshot. Eventually he gets it, but it's a trade. As inside, Scorchy went down. That's the Opper.
Oh, and what a coverage right there coming in from Voltage. That is definitely what you want to see. Ogura, he goes in, gets one more. He knows exactly where he is, though. And He is hit with nefarious damage right there. Goes in with the pre-fire. Oh my goodness. Even though he had the pre-fire, man, the thing is he was just unable to control the recoil. And we just saw Voltage weave around Matrix style. The bullets, the spray, everything. Able to get that kill and placing the lead within the hands of Might once more. Now, we have seen a spectacular display of skill coming from players like Ogura, Oxarka, and Scorchy. However, they have not made the ripples that the players from Might have been playing at until this moment soon. Still, can't really give up much leadway because Might is struggling at this point. We saw them struggle on Anubis against Tsunami, which is, of course, a really, which is, of course, a really, really good team as well. But, I mean, still, for what Might brings to the table, this is definitely one hell of a match, the one that we're seeing right here within the hands of MCS Gaming, which seemed to start to stack a little bit more towards the B side and mid, whereas it seems like the attack is going to start off strong over here within A. So, I mean, taking as little time as you can, and generally tends to give for worse results, so simply taking as much as possible and give you at least a little bit more of the information needed. Everything has been covered off right here. Every single molly, every single angle for the smokes to be quite effective right here has been given out. And with the lead of Snakes into the site, says site's clear, go ahead, get the bomb plant. Gonna smoke off a little bit, and then we're gonna make our way through. Jared able to get that kill on Snufafu, who was covering for mid, is now going to be effective within deteriorating the numbers that MCS Gaming has on the scoreboard right now.
Very hard battle to fight, and you're only gonna give him a little bit more bank. Snake's got a 1 kill already. The bonus is in. He decided not to keep pushing, but you know where the money is. You could keep ambushing them for an extra kill or two. Oh, and even take care of the AWP perhaps, and there you have it. The AWP is, okay, not quite lost. It is picked up by Osarka, who delivered an extra kill at the end, but you know what? The round is won by Might either way, so they did plant the bomb. Snake's got a kill with the MAC-10. Everybody is above 3.5k. I think they're solid on the money right now, and they're even more solid than MCS, so that's the important part. You are fighting against an MCS who has an AWP, but everybody else is kind of forced to buy, you know, maybe a FAMAS or two. Like, that's about the best that you can hope for in terms of buying something for your colleagues, but I would expect a lot of Deagles to come into play, and maybe some MP9s, because it's not looking great for MCS right now. And there you have it. They're actually just going to play with the very, very basics. 1 Deagle.
I mean, with the little firepower that you have, you can make great things happen. We've actually seen MCS Eco Might on one occasion. The thing is, it's not full ecos either, so the fact that they save so efficiently also speaks super, super well on behalf of MCS right there, all the way from drop. Even though you have rapid fire, not quite going to be enough to be able to get the kill. Louis goes down. Will he be caught off guard right there? He is trying to catch them off guard, but Oxarka with the M4A1S just stuck in the middle of Ninja, forced to be taken out right there. Yep, with the flush of the molly. Jared secures a double. Oxarka and Ogura all out of play. However, you're not quite out of the woods just yet. You still got at least 1 player left within the sights. At least 1, if not more. As Nufafu goes in and gets a kill on Jared. The AWP once again being extremely effective. And when the bomb right smack in the middle of sight soon, this is definitely an uphill battle for the remaining player, which is going to be Snakes. And at this point, it seems like things are starting to look up for the boys in blue.
I think the minute that they took down Snakes, or the minute that they were able to neutralize Snakes, the rest of the map became a lot more doable for MCS. We were talking about how in the first 4 rounds, Snakes had 11 kills and 1 death. Now, we are in round 11. He has 13 kills only. So he has only gotten 2 more kills since that one time that we mentioned the statistic. And he has died another 7 times. So yeah, not the greatest end of the half for Snakes. Hopefully he can pick that one back up. And of course, hopefully the rest of the team can also get up to par, because it's not looking like the greatest energy so far for either element of Might besides them. Whereas MCS, there's not a single person who's really popping off. Of course, Oxarka has gotten some amazing kills, and so has Korchi. But in terms of numbers alone, nobody is really separating themselves from the team. Even Ogura, with 5 kills, those 5 kills he's gotten have been crucial. But now we need to go into this final round. Oh, and the Tech 9, the very slow double tap from DJ, is going to lead into 2 more kills, and Might are going to set up their bomb. 5v2 situation. MCS not looking good going in. 1 AK, 1 M4. The firepower is there. The problem is that you're fighting against 5.
Yeah, so not the best regarding manpower overall. Let's see how that's going to start spelling out here, because they are relatively grouped up together. The 2 players that are remaining right here from MCS Gaming, and the clock is ticking. They do have kits, so they could make it happen definitely at this point. However, you still know Louis does get the kill on Goodbye, but not before suffering a headshot on his own. And with the AWP, DJ says, yeah, you know what? Let me put up a rhythm right here, because that is going to be the 7-5 score on this first half of the first map. This has been the only score we've seen up until this moment that happens within these halves. Only 7-5s.
Hey, you're right. It is kind of odd. I mean, it is kind of odd that it's happened 3 times, and it had 3 nickels. Still. Yeah, quite weird occurrence. Oh, sorry, 2 days ago, I saw the map score of 13-3 3 times in a row. So yeah, the mathematics are kind of odd. But still, it's a lead for Might with 2 rounds only, but it's a lead nonetheless. And now MCS is playing the quote-unquote better side of their own map. So yeah, a very interesting position to be in. Might still has the lead, and they're still going to come out swinging. That flash helps them tag a couple of players, not quite the kills. An extra flash at that, and no headshots going in anymore, but you do have the intel of where they're approaching from and where the bomb is currently located to, as the plan will be successful. But I don't think they're going to hold on to the site for too long. There's only 1 player left, and that's Nufafu, and he already only has 1 HP left. There you have it. Might are going to continue their win streak.
Over here with the defusal, more than enough time left on the clock, and it was just a complete and full-blown effect of the fact that DJ was able to get those 2 kills. I wouldn't say like simply, but I mean, of course the support was there. It does give that energy that boosts rather the morale for your teammates as well, in order for them to be able to make their entries and get their kills as well, right? So it really all ends up within the same bunch of like, yeah, this is happening, and in order for it to happen, I of course need to start acting myself on my own, yes, but take into consideration my team as well. We saw within the previous map too, like Libzera, the fact that he got that ace previously and then ended up perfectly for there. Look at this. MCS with the headshot. Louis goes down, and then we just see his teammate just yoink his weapon off of him, trying to salvage it Fortnite style, loot him up. But I mean, it also adds up perfectly, because not only does it give at least a little bit more of information on where the opponents are, but it doesn't give them that weapon either. So still right here, trying to make their way inside. They did give up that MP9. I mean, they've been caught with utility within their hands a couple of times too. So I mean, you got to make sure that you're throwing that util properly. Not only that, but you got to make sure that your angles are properly covered. They lost the 3 teammates that were on there off of blunders, off of straight up blunders. Like, they were caught peeking whenever they didn't have their weapons on their hands, and they were caught with utility, and they were caught off guard and just simply not guarding the site properly. So this round is definitely going to go within the hands of MCS Gaming, unless DJ can make a miracle happen.
Nah, I think it's going to be miracle enough if he gets to keep his weapon at this point. There is bound to be a search committee to go out and find him from MCS's side, perhaps. Or no, they're actually going to leave the bomb site and maybe go fetch something on A side, see if he is actually there. I doubt it, though. I doubt that they're going to actually find anything. So yeah, that's a round for MCS. Not the longest winning streak for Might at the end of it. Round 14 does go towards the bomb explosion. Here's what's interesting, Dio. There have been a total of 4 retakes so far. The 1 round that Might has won on CT, it was a retake, so they are able to, you know, go for a site retake, but it's even better when you can defend the sites for them not to come in the first place. And unfortunately, this is where that distraction cost them a little too much. I mean, even that person who was hiding behind the pillar when they threw the incendiary, I don't think that was the angle to throw the incendiary at. He definitely wanted to cover the entrance of Connector, and he missed it. So, yeah, slow moments of confusion, maybe frustration, lead you to those kinds of errors. And the rest is history. MCS just taking advantage of whatever centimeter they can find. You give them a centimeter, they take a mile.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really the fact that they just keep pushing constantly, right? So it's obviously going to work out if you're MCS gaming, especially since you saw that headshot within the first part of it. That really set the tempo for what Might is struggling on right now. Let's see if they headshot to galore as well. Louis says, you know what, you did it to me, let me give it back to you. Let me repay it forward, right? What a shot right there coming from Louis. And of course, that is also going to give them at least a little bit more of security whenever they play it, because something that I've seen Toon quite often within both South America and North America is that whenever teams are forced into a bit of an eco round situation type of scheme, you generally see them play so much better. So much better. They don't play as reckless. You don't see them with utility within their hands. You see them just simply guarding angles. They have less things to distract themselves on within their arsenal, where they're just focused on getting kills, which is definitely what you should be doing, right? Utility, of course, is super important, but when the battlefield's just knocking on your door, you open the door with a gun in your hand, not with utility.
Fortunately for them, the utility has definitely been the default. Ooh, but careful there! Now it's the Deagle's default, and unfortunately for MCS, having the better loadouts and the firepower, they have swindled. They have dwindled down as time goes on. Now careful here with the rush from Goodbye! Well, goodbye to you, good sir. Unfortunate for him, as he did come out swinging. He did find a couple of kills, and it was almost looking like a possible comeback. I mean, already in sight as well, so yeah, definitely a chance to go plant the bomb and everything, but yeah, a little too much. Couldn't quite finish the job, but dang, son, Dia, you keep talking about the util and everything and how you can't really bank everything on that. Yeah, I think they're getting too comfortable playing with it. Given the fact that that Anubis, you know, there's usually a fight in mid, you will usually protect mid with a smoke or sorts. There is usually some util to be invested there. And speaking of which, here comes the first piece. That's the smoke of mid that I was talking about. This is kind of the standard. Everything else should be reactionary to what your opponent is throwing at you and the intel that you can gather. Of course, you will first kind of peek to see what's going on. Maybe the T side will even throw a molly or two into connector and E main. But I don't really see the CTs throwing that much util starting out. It's usually the Ts that really need to invest. And unfortunately for them, they have no util to speak of right now. So yeah, they're kind of naked in that sense.
Yeah, that's why people generally tend to say like Anubis is a T favored map, right? Because the CTs can't really do too much counter utility. Like, yes, it is an option. It's definitely something that you can do. Oh my goodness. Okay, Snake's able to get one. That's Oxaka. Nufafu was able to take him out though. Is he trying to get that AK-47 within his hands? Nope, not quite yet. Goodbye knows. There's a player right there in the middle. Yup, he's going to try to get the kill, unfortunately, for Goodbye. Jared immediately notices it. No headshots quite yet. Towards the other side. Yep, you see them, both of them right there. And he takes out the proper priority target. And then we see DJ immediately switch to his sidearm, gets a triple kill, and the final kill right there coming in from Voltage. 2 players left alive, just making sure that they have everything that's possible for them to scavenge off of it. We're gonna try to get that AK-47 too, and what a retake coming in from Might. They just knew what they had to do 100% of the time, prioritizing their targets properly. You saw that split-second decision that DJ had right there. You saw that there were 2 players there. Backs off and says, okay, the one at the bottom had the AK-47, the other one had the Deagle. They're both equally lethal, but I think I can take, if I take care of the guy with the AK-47 first, I can definitely take the guy with the Deagle, right? Because it requires so much more precision. And then he does exactly that, gets the one with the AK-47 beforehand, but notices that the player with the Deagle was in such an uncomfortable position that he could actually just play for the guy that was within the sight. Masterful decision making right there from Might and DJ. What a great recognition of the situation that he was in. Right now, we are going to be heading into the 17th round with Mike at a 4-round advantage. However, we do have utility and firepower within hands of NCS Gaming. This could go either way too.
For sure, I don't think that it's too out of the question to see a comeback, but you do need to have that synergy as a team first and foremost. And even though nobody's really popping off, I still don't see MCS working that well in synergy. And I mean, nobody popping off in terms of the numbers. Everybody is around 12 and 11 and such, except for Ogura. But maybe you need somebody to pop off. Like, maybe the individual would now actually give them a lot of value if he were to you know, really gather the cojones and start something big. But Agura is the first one to, Agura is the first one to die now. And there's definitely some intel here. They already saw the Opera, so they know about the approach towards A site. And here we go. It's time for you to get over that flash and start shooting at the entrance. Goodbye to two of them. Scorchy and Goodbye are still alive. Scorchy with the AWP. He has to stand back. Now's when you make your choice. Do you save your AWP or do you fight for it? At least he did get a kill on Snakes.
And what a kill that was, too. Just making sure that whoever tries to jump from there, immediate reactions from Scorchy. Great stuff. However, you got 3 players that are guarding the bomb with their life. Are you? No, yeah. I was about to say, are you going to make it happen? Unfortunately, he is going to step back right here. And they know that they have to try to take that AWP from his hands, which is why they're going to go off right here. Yep, and just catch him with his back against the wall. That is going to be a rough bout right here coming from a rough round coming in right here from MCS Gaming, which are now on the verge of losing their 12th round against them because of the economy at this point, man. It's not looking great. We are actually going to see a bit of a buy right here and some time to discuss what they have to do. Yes, I think that's a very smart discussion. However, I don't know how much I like the idea of these... of buying right here, right? I don't know how much I'm a fan of.
Well, I mean, I don't want to bring adjectives that probably don't really match what the team is feeling, but how many choices do you think they really have, or at least mentally, how many choices do you think they're willing to give themselves? If you bought here, you would at least have some rapid fire to fight with, right? But you do need to, you know, trust Nufalfu and Oxarka on at least getting 1 kill to really get the ball rolling. It's a semi-buy loadout, but it's a very risky semi-buy loadout that they're going for. And MCS has already tasted defeat a few too many times. If they taste it here, best they can hope for is overtime. You never want to fight for overtime, baby. You want to keep pushing, but there you go. That's the snowball effect starting. This is where the... Oh, and they picked up the AWP. Even better. That's Goodbye getting the AWP. If he found Scorchy to give him the AWP, even better. Well, actually, Scorchy's not right next to him. He doesn't pick it up just yet. Jared takes care of Agura, so they know about the full stack push towards B. They need their teammate Snakes to come back and either get kills on water or to just go on the outside. But man, Snakes now becomes one of the biggest and most crucial elements in this round, dude. If Snakes does not find a kill, he either leaves A side wide open, or MCS would at least get the cojones to keep on pushing towards B.
Yep, and something that I have been noticing, right, that is MCS, the flashes have just not been on point at all. They have been struggling so much to be able to get those setups for kills, which is what gives Might the opportunity to be able to strike back. Now, you said yourself, maybe they could make their way towards the A site, which Snakes is guarding with his life. The thing is, I don't think that A site is going to be content. I think that right now the prime point in contention is still going to be B and mid. Mid specifically because mid control is so important within a map that favors the T side, which seems like Might just gave up almost immediately, right? Seems like the execution is going to be right now. No flashes, no smokes, no nothing. We do see Louis, though, get the kill right there with the support from Jared. What a shot! Has no more AWP right here. Sees him through the smoke, goes in, gets the kill, and this is essentially curtains. There's 1 player remaining, and that is going to be Oxarka. Can he make this happen? He's stuck in a bit of a rock and a hard place. Struck right here with Impalace. Gets 1, gets 2. Is he going to be able to make it happen? Does he have the shots? The possibility, no, he doesn't have time. Yeah. Oh my God, bro. Like, oh, he's gonna make it happen. He's gonna make it happen. And this isn't looking great right here for MCS Gaming. They are gonna be able to go in with the buy, but that round was so crucial for them to be able to win.
What sucks especially is that you lost it to time. Of course, good and Might for recognizing their win condition. They did not have to commit to anything. Oxarka had no chance at finding both of them at that point. But still, Might are simply having a much better vision of the macro. They have much better game sense. I don't usually talk too much about game sense and game feel because it's something very complicated to explain. Like, it's a very, you know, empirical kind of learning that you need to keep playing to really get. But yeah, Might is showing a little bit more promise in that sense, that just recognizing the situations of the game they're in and knowing how to adapt afterwards. And after the fact that the util has been thrown, MCS has now ran through most of it. So here we go. It's time for Snakes to put up his defense. That's one, that's two. And even though he did not take any more, it's an even game for at the very least, where Might now needs to retake A site, and that's complicated. They lost Louis. And I'm not sure, Dio, this is not looking like the greatest round for them, especially not now that MCS has picked up some solid rapid fire, but you still got the AWP on the hands of Voltage.
Yeah, those rifles are definitely gonna bring something towards the table, especially since Goodbye is able to get that kill on Jared. We see the shot not quite gonna hit, and that's gonna be a rough one, especially since you're gonna have everybody just trying to swing on you from every single angle possible. And yeah, at that point, just Oxarka, he didn't reveal his location, and that gave them the opportunity. 12-7. Tune. 12-7 is the scoreboard at this point, and they do have the rounds, they have the money in order to be able to make it happen going with the buy right here. But if you're really smart about it, you don't go full all in on this round. You go with a bit of eco, and then on the next one is when you go just completely guns blazing with all your autos, right? Like all your SMGs if you don't get enough money to be able to make it happen. It's something that MCS knows, which is why they bet so well on the previous round before the one that we just had, right? On round number 17, in which they lost due to time because they were playing out so valiantly. They had everything going within their favor but the clock. So with a little bit less than 5 rounds specifically, right, for them to be able to try to tie things up, counting this one, they have to make sure that their shots fly true towards the heads of everybody, and most importantly, they do not get ecoed, because we've seen it happen time and time again, specifically here within North America. I don't know what the issue is, but everybody just seems to get ecoed 100% of the time.
No financial education, but yeah, thanks. It's Broski, I need money. I can't afford anything right now. Oh my goodness. But speaking of affording, look at that. The headshot from Louis. Unfortunately, it seems like it's going to be the only kill that the team was able to gather in this round. So MCS has now won 2 in a row, and we are approaching the tail end of the map. Only 4 rounds remaining. This is the round where Might is able to buy once again, with the exception of Snakes, who gets to buy only an MP9. I think they're gonna have to double stack A sites because it's very difficult to defend with just the MP9. You need to place yourself in a very close angle, and it's not gonna be a safe space to be in. And there you go, there's a double stack defense that I was talking about. 2 players are bound to go there. It's actually Snakes once more who gets a little bit closer to the action, but you've got DJ ready to step into the fray when needed. And it seems like MCS is going to push for A. So here we go, it's time for Snakes to pop off. He's got his MP9, he sees the smoke dissipate, and unfortunately he's gonna fall immediately. Now you've also got the AWP and everybody else starting to gather on A site high. So, 1 person remaining in the backside of B. I think it's time for Jared to start getting a move on. Oxarka done, and that's an even game in terms of remaining players, but not in terms of side control. Dio, the util is giving MCS so much time to work with.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Making sure that utility, since this is a T-sided map, it's actually the one that gives them the opportunities at this point, right? Just simply hiding behind the pillar. DJ gets a kill on Scorchy. They know where the other players are. Jared able to get 1. Louis gets 1 more. Last player left alive is going to be Goodbye. Are they all going to rush him? They got the Deagle within their hands. Deagle able to get the kill on Louis. On Voltage as well. Oh, but then Jared puts him down, and DJ with the defusal, the kit. That is going to be the round right here for Might, and the first map in their name. I was expecting so much from Goodbye right there that was just playing absolutely phenomenally and out of their minds, but in the end, the numbers were too much for them to get sacked on, and that is going to be the round 13-8 within the favor of Might. And let this be a reminder that this was MCS Gaming's pick, so not looking good for the Shoguns.
Indeed, it was their selection, and now we're headed towards an Ancient, in which I think Might is going to be feeling mighty swell. They are going to start with the same distribution of sites, by the way, T site, CT. And of course, this will be the match for the qualification. Reminder that Might did not play their match against Akimbo. Akimbo forfeited that match. So to see them here means that they have kept that perfect map count. This is the first map that MCS has lost. So remember that when we're going into Ancient, because already their big record has been dented a little bit. There's no guarantee that Might is going to take it easily, but judging from what we just saw, I think they're going to find that synergy to really go forward, especially if Snakes goes on a tear like he did early Anubis. It's going to be quite a show. But everybody, we're going to have to wait a little bit before we see that show. We're going to take a short break. Be right back with the possible final map of the evening.
Hello everybody, and we are now back for what could be the final map here within the day for this CCT North America series. We saw an impressive Anubis coming in from MCS Gaming, but Might was able to come out on top and take it towards the next map, which is going to be Ancient. Mind you guys that this is the pick that Might had. Previous map was MCS's pick, so this is going to spell at least a little bit of danger. And I did say so myself, Toon. If Might is to be conquered, MCS has to win the first two maps, because if they are to go to Dust 2, that is where experience really shines off. And well, I mean, first we're just gonna have to see what the results for Ancient bring us today, which is why the match is now live. We're gonna be headed there in a moment.
Yes, sir. We're headed into the possible final map, and it's Ancient again. We already saw what happened early on when Alter Iron and Getting Info fought up here. And from what we saw there, again, the distribution of utility was definitely crucial, but also there was some commitments that maybe should have been mixed up a little bit. I remember early on that they were committing a little too much on T side when they were fighting for A side every single time. There was no mix-up. So you definitely need to bring in those mix-ups, you know? You need to switch your strategy around, get your opponents to question themselves too. And of course, get them to commit to one option and then switch back around like Snakes just did. I mean, I love that play from them, staying back to get the flank. And of course, they already know that there's somebody else there within Lamp Room. Only Jared has been taken down from Might's side now too, as Voltage as well goes down. And this is not looking that good for Might anymore, but they can always force a fake defusal and such and try to keep on fighting. Only Snakes remaining now, and Snoofafu gonna try and look for him. He sees him, but Snakes is gonna win it! And that is the first round for Might, a very competed one at the end of it, but you know what, the strategy was there, and I like how they started.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that approach that they had. In the end, Might just came out on top with superior gunshots, right? I mean, it was a complete blowout, especially coming in from Snakes. Seems like Snakes is going to opt to go for the AK-47, which I definitely agree with, and some utility. So this is looking like a bit of a rougher round against MCS Gaming. However, they did go with a complete buy as well, Toon. So I mean, really digs up the question on how confident MCS is feeling on the CT side here within Ancient. Especially since the way that they've been playing really calls up to a point that the aggression hasn't been like the absolute best. And speaking of absolutely the best, Snakes does get the kill on Ogura, but Snoofafu with the MP9 able to get that kill as well. So we're going to see Jared pick up that AK-47 scavenged off of his teammate's body. And still hesitation, right? Trying to approach right here towards House, especially since they know that the killer of his teammate could be not too far away. Simply taking it slow here. Once again, a little bit more than a minute left on the clock. And within these games, like a minute passes by so fast, but at the same time gives you so many options to that it's ridiculous at times on how much time a 1 minute really is. Oh.
Especially within the limitations of Counter-Strike as a game. But yeah, it definitely gives you a ton of room to work with. More so when you have this kind of loadouts. You only really need to worry about Scorchy maybe landing a headshot, but I think that MCS recognizes that this battle has long been lost because it did not commit any more units to defend B side when they lost control of it initially. And this will be a bomb explosion victory for Might for sure. They could go out on a prowl and try to take them all down. I mean, neither player from MCS has landed a kill just yet, so wouldn't be that easy of a battle to fight. DJ, though, does take a ton of damage there from the Scout, but again, not quite the kill. That's always so sad to see the Scout player actually landing the scoped bullet and everything, but it does so little, and you work so hard for it. But it is what it is. Might is going to take their second round in a row, and MCS can't help but just watch as their opponents keep on doing better and better. And need to remind you guys, on the last map, Might got a 4-round win streak, only interrupted by a couple here and there from MCS, so overall, the momentum has always been on Might's side. MCS has not yet really gotten a win streak that big.
Yeah, like it's been like sporadic rounds that they actually pick up, right? With the longest win streak, if I recall correctly, was a total of 3 rounds. Is that right, Toon?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So Yeah, it's been the fact that MCS has like these very, very good spikes within the area where they like understand, they figure out the opponents, but the adaptation towards the adaptation that the opponents has is where they start to struggle a little bit. Now I know like the adaptation, like what are you talking about, big bro? But what's going on more so is the fact that Might is understanding where the positioning plays come from MCS, right? They know that if they position themselves within mid, if they can detect information coming from mid, it means that they're generally using this sort of formation or this other type of formation, you know? Those type of little things that end up adding a lot right there, especially since Goodbye is able to get the kill on Snakes. Snakes that has not been acting the best, right? I mean, he is a top fragger for the team at this moment, but within the previous rounds, we saw him that in the third one, he already had 5 kills. Jared, though, able to get one more, catches Ozarka. Overextending a little bit, thinking that mid has been taken for granted when it hasn't. Goodbye still with the deagle in their hand. This is going to be a bit of a difficult entry, especially since the defense is still right there. I mean, you have him right there within the box. Goes down. Goodbye is now out of play. You do have the scout within your... Bruh.
Technically suicide, by the way.
Yeah.
That fire was set up by himself.
Oh my goodness. Like, that's just one player less, bro. Like, okay, I mean, I guess that happens sometimes, you know. You really don't look into where you're heading to, but I mean at that point, nothing much left for him to do. Turns around, Voltage able to get the kill on Scorchy, and now knows where the final player is. With that smoke, it is going to give them a little bit of a curtain in order for him to be able to move from there. But then just Jared says, you know what, man, you really think you're going to continue to contest? Fine, let me put you down.
DJ, your sacrifice is appreciated. You got us a win, even if you stepped into the fire yourself. But you know what? That's only one more round in the books. MCS is finally looking a little bit healthier on the money front, and they're able to get their M4s going and the utils, so now the fires won't just be set up by Might. That 3-0 lead that you see right here, I'm not going to call that fragile just yet. I think that MCS does show promise for something good in the aim department, because, you know, they have fought some interesting battles, but overall the numbers should start adding up now that there's an AWP in play, and look at that, it's right on schedule as Scorch takes care of Louis. They know that he went into the temple, so they would rather not go for that fight immediately. Going to set up Amali instead and force him back. And guess what? Ogura is just going to show cojones once again. Shoots through the smoke and gets a headshot on DJ. Very unfortunate for Might as they can only defend with 3 players now. They know where one of them is, at least. That's the AWP player on temple. And of course, somebody else on the donut, but where exactly are they going to emerge from? Here we go in the back lanes, and there's the util throw, and yep, it's gonna do no good. You're going to eat lead first, and I think they might have seen the arm of the other player, but guess what? Everybody emerges from the donut, and that should be the round. MCS is going to get the defusal.
Yeah, and it's right on cue too, right? Because if I recall correctly, this was the previous round as well that MCS actually won within the last map. The 4th round is the one where they put a stop towards that streak that they had, and then Mike continued with it. It seems like history is repeating itself a little bit within this time as well, simply because of the fact that they played that well. However, the fact that they didn't have the proper positioning, yes, but also manpower in order to contest with what MCS Gaming was having, they gave them more than enough time to be able to place themselves where they wanted to execute from. And even though they did go in and get a cheeky little kill on one of the players that was all the way on a CT lane, in the end, I mean, the refrags were just not there, and the coverage from like players that thought like, oh, it's smoked up, they're not gonna come through, and then they come through and it's like, oh, like, yeah, once again, smokes are not walls. And I think that's something that right now a lot of players are having a bit of a difficult time grasping through, because smokes, they're not as strong as they were within CSGO, right? Because CSGO, yeah, you could spam right through them, but that was it. But now you can actually get information off of it because of the bullets that fly through, first and foremost, and second off of the HEs that can dissipate them momentarily. So yeah, they're not as strong as before, and you got to take that into consideration like 100% of the time right here. Speaking of which, mollies are still as good as ever. HE that hits very close to home. Will we be seeing the coming up on this part right here? We see the flash off. Yep, Mufafo able to get the kill on Jared, and now information has been rallied that there are 2 players running right here within the dark of the house. You see one goes down, and then right on top of the box, he did drop down though. You see the bomb plants. Voltage. I mean, right now, Stufafo, you got to make a decision. Do you want to make your way towards the site, or do you want to continue with the protection right here? It seems like it is going to be with the protection. Going to go in with the flash, and then just gets gunned down immediately right there. He chose wrong every single day of the week within those interactions, because both of those decisions soon were lose-lose.
Unfortunately, that is indeed the case, and at least MCS can hope to keep their AWP by throwing that one smoke. They do show where they have been taking refuge, but it shouldn't be the beginning of something very big. It shouldn't be that big of a risk to simply hide here. One aiming towards the donut, the other is going to definitely check the back halls, and there you have it. Louis goes down as he tries to hunt them down. Still, though, a very solid victory for Might here as they secure the bomb explosion. And, you know, given the fact that Might has already explored the win condition of a timeout as well on CT, I wouldn't count them out from doing that again when we go to the side switch, of course. Like MCS, I don't think they have been playing their cards to, you know, even drain the clock. They usually try to go head on. They try to run and gun a lot, and sometimes you just can't hold W for that long. You've gotta stand back, you've gotta pick your angles. This time it's actually a barrage of Yucha. Look at that. Speaking of run and gun, they try to go all the way down to lower mid to see if anybody was peeking. They don't see a person, but there's 3 of them from Might ready to step into the fray if needed. And now that the smokes have dissipated, it's time for the one-on-one battle, and Goodbye does win the first one against Louis, but man, that was some bad aim from Louis.
Yeah, I mean, he did get a couple of shots here and there, but the thing is, Goodbye is very well versed in the ways of getting those refracts. HE, barely able to get behind the pillar right there with the chamber. Now has to move out of there. I mean, they have essentially left house completely unguarded in order for them to be able to make their way through. But, while I say completely unguarded, I mean, you do have Snufafu with the angle all the way from back halls, seeing as he is a little bit closer towards angle right here, square. Has to move forward. What are they going to do? They're simply waiting for the smokes and the flashes to be off for their teammates. Not the best setup in the world. I mean, ideally, you put a couple of more smokes right there. But look at this. DJ says, you know what? Yeah, maybe it's not the most optimal setup in the world, but I still was able to help out my teammates by getting 2 kills within his name. So now, simply waiting for a moment. Jared able to get the kill on Stufafu. Trades off Snakes. Now it's a 2v3 situation. See Voltage with the AWP in his hands. Does he get flash? He does not get flash, and that is Scorchy out of play once more. DJ, the author of the double kill right here, is going to pop out, gets the triple, and now Ogura is no longer within contention. Tune. This is a very, very difficult bout, to say the least, coming in from MCS Gaming, but right now, Might is looking mighty, mighty.
Even harder now that MCS needs to make a big choice. Do you force buy? I don't think they will. They're gonna keep on playing this one with just pistols. 1 single MP9 for Snufafu, 2 Deagles. Make the 3 actually. 4 Deagles for MCS. They don't equip anything else. They really do need to bank it all on the headshots, but man, they kind of have been banking everything on the headshots lately, and it doesn't usually go their way. So hopefully this round turns things around a little bit. If they're able to land said headshots, more power to you. It should be the beginning of something big, but unfortunately, you've already lost your first element in Agura. Oh, and this is not looking good. This is not looking great. Louis, not only does he get the 2 kills, he is also protected by the smokes. He's able to run away, and now they're going to rush into A sites. That will be a bomb plant secured, and MCS can only hope to try and maybe find a couple of people over it by mid, or maybe pushing the ramp. But it doesn't look very likely for them to find anyone. Snakes will soon come across Oxarga, who has 0 kills. Oxarga is 0-4, and perhaps about to become 0-5, probably.
Knife him, knife him, knife him,
right.
knife him,
Yep.
knife him, knife him.
Trigger discipline here, buddy.
Knife him. Oh,
Yeah,
yes!
oh, boy,
Yes! Yeah!
Oh, dang, son!
I just love me a knife kill early on within the scrims. And now, I mean, with little to no time left on the clock, Goodbye is able to get a kill on Jared. But, I mean, too little, too late. The emotional damage has already been done. And not only that, but, I mean, the victory has been basically secured right there on behalf of Might. And even though Louis didn't even need to do that, he still goes in, gets the kill. I mean, picks up the dual Berettas as well. But, I mean, I think that the player that just went completely ballistic right there was definitely the one with the knife kill. Production, can we get a replay? Please give me a replay of that knife kill. I need it. I need it. Later on. Doesn't have to be now. But I just want to see that one more time. Skinny, you're the best. You're the best, bro. I mean, we're still gonna see it, right? We're still gonna see it. That's Louis with the double kill right there, and then it's just a bit of a peekaboo, right? And then he goes. He didn't even stab him, and he was already dead.
It was
man.
Snakes who delivered that one like the bite of an actual snake. Also, the one with the highest KD overall versus the person with the lowest KD overall in the map. So, yeah, there's definitely some dead weight right now. Unfortunately, Oxarga has not done a thing for his team in terms of killing. And, of course, survival is not particularly better for him. So, that's just the state of MCS Gaming right now. They have not found that synergy as a team. Even within Anubis, it took a while for them to really get the ball rolling on T side when they got the side switch. So yeah, even being favored, quote-unquote, by the side, that didn't represent immediate victory. And it shouldn't represent immediate victory, but it should represent at least some improvements. And it took a while for that to happen. And then, however, we do get an initial kill from them. Will they be able to to keep that lead? That's the question. They might get a lead, but can you hold on to it?
See what happens right here. We're gonna see that flash. No, it's gonna be an HE to dissipate the smoke. No, nobody saw any other player. Now we actually have Jared simply heading back right here. That HE did not hit anybody for too much damage, other than Jared was just had to push back right there. What is the plan at this point? You see everybody grouped up right here. Will they be able to find somebody at that point? Yes, they do. That's Scorchy with the kill on DJ. That is, it seems like the breath of life that they needed in order to be able to maybe make it better. I mean, still a 3v5 situation that favors MCS Gaming heavily to him, but we've seen this time and time again that Might is not a team that can be counted out, especially since Voltage unable to claim that kill on Ogura. And even though that was a lot of damage that was hit, I mean, he's still alive and kicking. Speaking of alive and kicking, that HE is going to hit very, very close to home. Jared with the double kill. This is what I was talking about. You can't count out Might just yet, especially since they're ever so good and prone at getting those collaterals, man. Those double kills are looking insane. That flash in order to try to secure at least a little bit of a leeway. No shots being fired off. Bomb is going to be planted within the default site. Jared's still alive, barely. 16 HP remaining right there. Clock is ticking against the CT sites now. With that AWP within the hands of Voltage, even trying to traverse right there is definitely going to be a bit of a rough patch.
And I think that's being generous, man. It's definitely looking like the biggest mountain to climb. Dude, at the same time, almost, those two players fall. There is a kill happening there from a wallbang, but still, no good, as Voltage can only get an exit. An exit that was supposed to be a fighting chance at the site, of course, but it is what it is, and Might, with 7 rounds, they have already secured their lead before the side switch, and they've only lost 1 round. It was a defusal in round 4, defusal and massacre, that is, in round 4 from MCS, and even after that, Might is going for a tactical pause, so they're gonna give us a little bit of time to breathe while we see some replays of what happened in this round. So Snafafu, alongside many of his teammates, I think they're definitely showing some promise at times, but it just doesn't deliver at the end of the day. What does deliver, however, is a knife kill. Look at that. Check it out. I mean, I love to see the replay again. Shout out to Snakes. Snakes might not be popping off in the KD department like he did on Anubis, but I think he's still the highest KD so far, and he's definitely delivering on the quality kills. They're not kills that, you know, go unfounded. They're usually kills that come with a ton of intel behind them, and of course it's a momentum swing. Some very smart plays from Snakes.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the intel part, right? Because he plays so well with the information that his teammates give to him, and that he's able to, yeah, like, I wouldn't say like scavenge, but it was like, yeah, I mean, just able to pick up off of like utility throws, where they come from, how they come from, the sound that is being made, you know, all those little things that really start to stack up against MCS Gaming. And it's exactly that, the stacking up, the mental stack that MCS Gaming has right now on them is definitely brutal. But Scorchy's still able to duke out with Louis without him even knowing, gets a kill, dishes it out an even KD within his name. But once again, time is of the essence for MCS Gaming. Sometimes they just take a little bit more than what they would like to. You see Ogura actually trying to see if there's anybody waiting from behind, seeing if there's somebody that they can get, but the full team is over here, even near CT spawn, bro. Like, they apparently they just changed their spawns at this point. Actually have goodbye with the shots right there on Snake, unable to get the kill, and now it's the other way around. It seems like Might are the ones that are playing CT right here, because they're about to make their way towards the A site. with MCS Gaming all banking it all on B, with the exception of one player. That is going to be Scorchy, the author of the kill. We see the smoke go off right here within short. Now it's all going to start to add up at this point. Jerry with the plant tune. And now time is against MCS.
When is it not, honestly? That's the problem here. They either can't play for time themselves, they maybe get a lead and they can't hold on to it. Yeah, it's looking pretty darn awful right now for them.
Oh!
You can't even... Oh, whoa, 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 careful there, careful there. A headshot could do it, but unfortunately Ogura cannot find it. Scorchy does walk out of this round with an AK-47, but how much good is that going to do on a map where you just have not landed those bullets? Well, he might get an exit here. Will he? Will he? Will he?
Oh, no.
No, he won't. Oh my goodness, not even a kill with that AK at the tail end of the round. It's just another destruction coming through from Might. Dio, 8-1. 8 rounds so far for Might. I think we might be looking at a very early bedtime here if things keep on going like this. Because, yeah, there's just no road to victory right now. MCS, they can't seem to stop Might. They can't seem to win the one-on-ones. They can't seem to land the bullets when it matters. They have been stuck at 5 kills for the longest time, and Oxarka is still at 0. Yeah, I mean, there's just no looking back from this. Well, Scorchy is able to find a kill here, but it's the AWP. Hopefully he can hold on to, a little bit longer. He should find at least one more before going down. Takes a ton of damage from the grenades as well. So if they were to rush him with the util, it could be good. I think that MCS is finally putting themselves on the board, though. That's one kill from Goodbye. Sorry, from Voltage. Does he get one more?
Oy.
Can't quite get the flip. Oh, man. Okay, I think this is actually a round for MCS finally.
Finally, a good one. Unless Voltage has something to say about it, because oh my god, he has the AK. Okay.
Oh goodness.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, like, bro, if he makes it happen, like, I'm a fan of Might, right? And why I did want to bring a little bit of attention towards the fact that Might, they did suffer a strenuous loss around. What was it? Like, I don't know what this format is. Yeah, in May last year against Elevate, and it was their worst loss up until this moment here within Ancient. They lost 2-13, right? And this was a little bit less than a year ago. So apparently they took their time off. I mean, they took enough time to be able to train right here, and that training is more than evident, right? They were able to take up that analysis, make it happen, make it work overall, because sometimes it just... all it takes is for you to be able to get those consistent kills right here. Do we see somebody on top of the Xbox? Yes, we do. No, we do not. Actually, he's waiting towards the side right there. Oh, Goodbye is able to get the kill on Louis while he was on top of his teammate. Doesn't seem like they saw his teammate, though. And of course, it is going to work out perfectly within the favor. Snoofafu does get the refrag. Everybody just going down. This is a 2v2 situation. One AWP, one AK-47 for both of these sides. However, the utility is slightly within the favor of Might. And it seems like the execution is going to go towards the B side, unless we can actually see DJ get a kill right here on one of his teammates. Yep, that's Scorchy with the kill. Great stuff. Now it's all up to Voltage. Does he see? Yes, he does. And now he does have the bomb. The 50-50. Where are they going to go gambling right here? Like they actually make it happen. Yes, the smoke isn't going to help out too much, because now the bomb being planted, they know it, and they've already made their way through. You gotta cover up right here because Square is heavily contested. Wait.
Yep, GG's. Fortunately for Voltage. Oh, come on. What are you gonna get out of that exchange, man? You already got your AWP. Okay, maybe he grabbed some util. That's good. You could loot that. But dang, still, good on Scorchy for finding that final kill at the very tail end of this half, Dio. It seems like MCS Gaming is actually waking up, and if Might win this one, we will get to see that dreaded 9-3 score that I was telling you about. That cursed score that's very similar to winning 2-0 on the halftime of a football match. So you want to really measure your options here. Of course, you don't want to give up a round or anything, but Might, thanks, son. You need to secure the greatest lead you can, and of course, you will put yourself at only 4 rounds away from victory. But here we go. They do both have an AWP once again. The one player really falling behind is Nufafu, with only an MP9 to his name. But MCS, for the remainder of the players, they have actually been adding up some numbers. Scorchy, Nufafu, Goodbye, and Agura have all found some kills, and Oxarka, unfortunately, is still at 0. That's the first kill so far. At least he was sent as, you know, the first line of defense is like, okay, go get some intel at the very least for us. And you do know now that there's one player near lower mid who might even choose to go through the alleys, but it seems like it won't happen just yet. Sorry, the halls. A side is safe for now. You've got 4 players near the door towards T-Ramp.
Yeah, and just looking a little bit into the future too, right? We have like regarding statistics. I'll go ahead and talk to them a little bit later, but just giving you a sneak peek. MCS has the better side on T, to be exact. While Might has a better side on TT. Specifically right here, no kills. Impressive to not be able to get that frag right there as DJ barely left alive with 10 HP. That's the difference between the AK and the M4A1S. That would have been a headshot if it were the AK-47, and that would have been a kill. However, Voltage very ready to see if there's anybody that even dares to try to approach right here coming in through the ramp. However, we actually have Louis lurking up on mid, seeing if he can catch anybody out of position or something like that, and it seems like he's going to hear some footsteps at this point. Voltage knows that there could be a player at that point. Yup. Just simply waiting forward. That's goodbye with the double kill. Speaking of goodbyes, that is going to give them at least a little bit more of a leeway. Voltage able to get the kill on Stufafu. Goodbye with the triple kill. Louis, only player left alive and has little to no time to even try to make it happen. Ogura is now out of play, and he's trying to look for him. Yep, and at that point, it's just going to try to run with what he can. And even though they did win this round, Toon, it's still an 8-4. They still double the score of what they have. And now regarding the stats that I was talking about, like, yes, MCS has a spectacular T side on Ancient. They have a total of a 62.5% win rate whenever they're on the T side. However, Might has a more balanced out situation where they win a little bit less on T's than they do on CT. So now you're essentially going into the side that they know to play a little bit better than T's. But MCS knows how to play T so much better, or at least that's what the numbers indicate right here. If Mike can impose them on a defense that they simply cannot go through, I think this might be curtains right here for MCS.
You've got an unstoppable force versus a possibly movable object, but we will see how truly unmovable MCS becomes on T side if they're that good, actually. Now, for starters, Mike does have the lead on the player count, but they could not prevent the bomb from being planted. And already it's an even game. Nufafu even getting an extra kill, and the dual Berettas coming in from Louis to get the raid off Oxarka. Oxarka, who, by the way, has finally found the kill, but Louis popping off makes this, technically a lead for Might, but do they get the headshot? They don't. Scorchy with 1 HP, he gets in! DJ is gonna take care of Scorchy with 1 HP as well. Goodness gracious! How did that one happen? Wow, 1 HP deal. The 1 HP showdown, and DJ emerges victorious.
And you see, like, the thing is right there, of course, get a little bit of a personal vendetta back there. DJ, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But you saw that early on, he actually got headshot, right? And it was super, super early on when Louis was on his killing spree. He was the one that got hit with the damage right there. So it takes a lot of cojones. You said it yourself. It takes so many cojones, so many huevos right there in order to just go completely ballistic in order for you to be able to get the kill on 1 HP, because it was essentially do or die. And that do or die situation might have just put everything in motion right here for Might, because look at this. We're gonna see HE's fly, we're gonna see Molly's fly, but the information has already been rallied. The rotation is coming in forth right here as soon as possible. The thing is, that flash isn't gonna help you out too much. Scorching with the triple right there. Impressive stuff. This buy is, of course, phenomenal right here for MCS Gaming, and that flash, unfortunately ill-timed, is going to cost 3 teammates' lives. Wow. Unfortunate as it may be, that is just how the cookie crumbles, or if you want to say it in French, c'est la vie. Because la vie is no more for 3 of these teammates.
Indeed. Unfortunately for them, they are consistently punished on their attempts to go in. Happened last round too, so MCS is at least being a little bit better on the trigger. And again, I should point out that Oxarka did already find the kill, contrary to what happened in for the most part in this map. So come the side switch, they're being a little bit more effective, even if they are taking a little bit longer to secure the kills and everything, but at least they do get the bomb plant early on, and that's the win condition that they have adopted. They simply want to go in, plant, and then simply secure site, defend it tooth and nail, and that should do it for you. I think I saw an MP9 laying on the ground, but somebody picked it up already. So Might is going to play with 4 MP9s. They're still banking on the rapid fire. Not going to be the greatest distribution of economy that I've seen ever, but you do have util, you do have some rapid fire, and Louis is the single player playing with only a pistol. But here you go, it's all about that positioning and how they play it with their util. And that's a poorly placed molly that we just saw being thrown. It actually landed on the rooftop, so yeah, not the greatest start for MCS, but they do have some solid firepower. So this is where things really get going for them.
I mean, if you're Might, you do go in with the full force buy right here, full MP9s. And MP9s we see right there, but Snuffafo able to get that kill on Jared, even though he was just basically boosted right there. Goodbye, still alive right there, finally being taken down by Voltage. That is a great start for Might, but I mean, they already lost a lot of teammates right here. That's why we actually see Snuffafo go back. And even though he dropped the bomb at that point, Snake's able to get the kill on him. Ogura gets one on Louis. Oh, you know, a bit of a ill moment. Try to change up the firepower. And he even knew that somebody was coming up right there. But then Ozarka finally placing himself on the scoreboard with that kill as well. Oh, never mind. He actually got the second one at this point, right? But I mean, you know, better late than never, but, you know, sometimes it is too late.
Well, they are only 3 rounds away, so maybe there was still a little bit of room to work with, but yeah, he definitely took his sweet time getting there. But like Chente said, no es que llegar primero es saber llegar. So yeah, you gotta know your way around things. If you eventually get there to help your team out, more power to you. You just need it to get there a little bit earlier, preferably. But he is here, he's showing up. And now Xarca is also, I mean, I guess part of the reason why he never got a kill is because he is always the first line of defense. He is the one going in, getting the intel, fighting the first fights. Yeah, he was unsuccessful at first, but now as time goes on, he might get a little bit more confident to go in and fight. And he already saw somebody there in the chamber. That's Louis, who has to back into A sites. Now Xarca and Scorchy here, trying to force somebody within the donut. Oxarka getting a little bit closer to connector, backs down now. But he is going to be wide open in the middle if Voltage were to emerge from there. Voltage sees them, he sees Scorching, gets that kill, but Oxarka responds right back. So 3 kills for Oxarka so far. And yes, Dio, he is now looking like a team player.
Absolutely phenomenal, if I do say so myself. We do have the lack of firepower coming in right here from Might, and the lack of money as well, which is, of course, what's going to give MCS Gaming, you know, a little bit more of an advantage. And it seems like they know that these players generally like to stack sites because they're going to be headed towards B. We see the utility fly by. Connector is now smoked off, which isn't really going to help out too much within the offense that MCS has, rather than the lurker Ogura with the MP9. Is he going to be able to make this happen is the question at this point. You actually have a player right there, yeah, waiting for you, but at least he was able to take down DJ before he went down. That is going to be the MP9 within the hands of, I'm sorry, the M4A1S within the hands of Jared, MP9 within the hands of Louis, and still not a lot of time, man. I mean, at this point, you save up. Yeah, you save up the weapons that you have. You got to make sure that you're able to fight for the next round, because if you go in and you try to go in with what you have, you're definitely going to be in an uphill battle that you don't want to be on the losing end of. So the only player that does try to make something happen is going to be Snakes. He has pistol in his hand. I mean, right there, he does. Oh, I thought for a moment that he was going to get the kill. He did make the attempt, but not going to work out now. We are going to see the bomb being detonated. A very simple round, if I do say so myself. All that happened is that they killed one guy, they went and planted the bomb, and that was pretty much it, right? So, with nothing much left to say, we're going to be heading into the 17th round tune, in which MCS is slowly creeping up on that advantage that Might had, and it's definitely a bit of a change up from what we saw in the previous map too.
Yep, not what I expected as a turnout for them, but eventually they did wake up. Again, they got a 3-run win streak at the tail end of the first half, so that definitely built up some momentum for them. And then later on, they've got another 3 consecutive rounds victory. So it is for sure a situation in which MCS could get the lead, or at least they could tie up the score. They are super close to Might. And Might, like you said, they do play a better CT, but so far the weaponry has not really helped them. At least I do see them getting some reads on where MCS is going to be located and where their players are going to be headed. So, the game sense is there. The game feel is there. It's just a matter of the execution and having the actual firepower to fight. And this is finally a round in which they seem to be a little bit better off. Not quite the greatest even then. They know that they need to save up no matter what. So they've got a couple of MP9s. One that they carried over and the other that they actually purchased. Plus the M4 that they also carried over from the last round. So yeah, the firepower is somewhat there. You just need to worry about the AWP especially. And the AWP is actually going to stand back a little bit. MP9 going in. Louis gets the kill on Oxarka through the smoke. So they know that lower mid is protected, and quite closely at that. Might as well start aiming for a different area, because this is not looking easy. Louis still going to insist upon shooting there. They can't quite get the kill though. But the intel is relayed, and might know that there's a bunch of players who are possibly aiming towards A sites. So Voltage is going to stay there. Jared is going to stay there. Louis is going to take on the chamber. And on the other side of B, they're not moving an inch.
Not at all. And I mean, you got to make sure that your defenses are very, very well cemented, right? Because you can't really be giving up those types of things. Flash, that doesn't really go within the favor of Might, but it at least gives them an opportunity to be able to simply stand back. 35 seconds left on the clock as of this moment, Tune. And you still got to make sure that everything works within your favor. Oh, that's Louis actually being flushed out right there. It's Nufafu with the perfect patience. And now things are tied up ever so slightly. You do have Voltage right there, stuck in the middle of a rock and a hard place. That's Scorchy with the kill on Jared. Voltage able to get one. But now, last two remaining players are very, very far away from the site. You actually got two players coming in, seeing if maybe there's somebody that they can catch on here within the chamber. And that's Scorchy with the shot. What a kill on DJ.
Well, the DJ set's definitely over. Might has now lost this round officially. MCS does not need to worry about snakes trying to get an exit or anything. Maybe if they do run towards T-spawn. But it feels like this is just about it for the round. MCS 1 round away from making things even. A 9-9 score is definitely on the table, on the menu. It's possible. Now, MCS also know that this is not their own map selection, but like you said, Dio, T-side Ancient seems to be their true comfort spot. Not so much Anubis like we might have been led to believe. But they're also showing promise. The problem is that they're consistently, down on their luck in terms of either player count or the weapon they have. Like, they banked on the 2 MP9s working, and they did not. DJ here, I think the FAMAS is actually on the table at this point. If you really want that rapid fire to work in your favor, DJ might also play with just a deagle, I don't know. But they do take a tactical pause because they need it. They definitely need it after having such a solid lead. Going into the side switch with an 8-4 score to now be 9-8, it's like, hey man, what happened? We need a round. Like, regardless of the possible outcome at the end of the map, we need a round. We need to get the snowball rolling once again in our favor. But here we go, Dio. The DJ pick is actually an MP9 once more. So, yeah, insisting upon that. You don't have that much more money to invest. You still needed cover and helmet, and you needed your util. So, that's going to be the loadout for this round. You still need to worry about the AWP, especially Scroachy has landed some fantastic kills, and I don't think he's going to stop.
Not at all, especially since you now know that with one round being left before you tie up, Might has only been able to win one round ever since the side switch happened, right? And this speaks very well of what MCS's gaming stats really speak of, which is what I mentioned, right? That they win a lot more on the T side than they do on CT. With that information now within the arsenal, I think Might should start playing a little bit more defensive, right? Just making sure that they don't overextend, that they have to play within the areas of confinement where they can deal with threats, making sure that they neutralize them properly. Smoke is going to go off right there, and that's going to give them at least a little bit more of information that HE isn't going to hit too harshly, but it did take a heavy blow right there on Voltage. But now simply taking your time here, because you're technically not losing because you still have all your players, right? And the least information that you can give them, the better. Utility has to be used in a bit of a preventive manner rather than a reactionary manner here within Ancient. And it seems like Might has that on deck at this point. Will we be seeing somebody going with the approach at this point? That is the question. Snoopafo does get the kill on DJ. Voltage, though, gets one. Ozarka gets a second one as well. Already doing a very, very great job. Even better than what we saw within the first half. That is good with the bomb plant. And with the escape right here coming in from the two remaining players of MightTune, this is essentially a tie.
Very much so. You don't want to give up your M4s. If you're able to get an exit or two, that's great, but you want to keep those rifles, man. There really isn't a ton of room to work with now if you're Might. And it's very unfortunate. Again, they did so good on T side. To see all that work go away must definitely hurt in the mental aspect, especially because prior to round 10, they were winning. I mean, the opponents only had one round to their name. MCS, before round 10, they only had one round 1. Then they got 3 in a row, and then the rest was history. And here you go, you get an even better weapon for your trouble. It's Oxarka's AK-47. So yeah, there's still more work to be done. MCS kind of gave up a very crucial weapon there in the form of that AK. But hey, the synergy seems to be finally going. And even Oxarka got 2 kills in that round, so, you know, even he is waking up, which is great to see. Somebody not truly being left out in the dust anymore. But here we go, Dio. The score is now tied. The loadout is not that great for Might. Even the loss bonus seems to not be helping that much in the grand scheme of things. But some util will help you, you know, take a little bit of time back for yourself. Oh, but that one's gonna hurt from downtown. Snakes is gonna bite the dust to the grenade.
Yeah, and that's a big issue right here. Like, whenever you get caught with that double use of the utility right there, those HEs that really hit hard, especially within a round that you know that isn't going to favor you too much. Like, it's a very pivotal round. You do not want to get hit by those type of things. Of course, it's not something that you can prevent, right? It's just something that you just get hit like, oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm sorry. There's nothing more than me to do, and I'll just take the L. It's still an unfortunate situation because you're in a bit of a tiebreaker situation. Not a bit, you're in a tiebreaker situation, period, right? So you want to make sure you have the best winning opportunities right there, especially since Goodbye has now been able to secure the kill on Voltage. Jared does get the kill on Ozarka. And it seems like the fact that Ozarka started to wake up once more, you mentioned it, Toon, now brings onto the table that MCS essentially has their full team very ready. Because within the last, what was it, like last 4 rounds, Ozarka has been the one to wake up, and now things are starting to look even better right here for MCS. So I think that it was Ozarka the one that was bringing his team down within the first couple of, within the first half, and now that he's woke, completely different story.
That one's gonna suck too, if you're DJ. I mean, to be that far away and to still be taken down by just 1 bullet, you kind of had some time to get ready too, as you heard the bullets fly in. But it's once again history, as now MCS is going to claim the lead. I think that's the most amazing part of this whole thing, DL. It has been a very long comeback in the making. An 8-round comeback at that. But they have made it work. And now they are the first ones to reach the double digits after being down 8-1 at some point. So yeah, that's just absolutely amazing, outstanding if you're MCS. Especially because the madness of the 3rd map is still within reason too. It's still on the table that we might go to Dust 2 to finish the series. Or even overtime, depending on what Might can do. But here we go, they finally have their money in their pockets. They finally have an AWP. They did not play an AWP this whole time, man. That could also be part of the reason why they keep biting the dust so easily. Will it be the case, though? Will Voltage really be the key to success here with the AWP? We're about to find out, because this is finally full loadout versus full loadout. Might was playing with MP9s for so long, and now you've got all M4s, plus full util.
On both sides, too, right? Because there was so many instances where MCS just completely went with the full-blown loadout, while as Might just could not get their hands on the dough in order for them to be able to go in with the full-blown buy. So at this point, you know, that's why Might is playing a little bit more cautiously, right? They're not overextending. Even though we did see it now, look at the default that they're running at this point. It's 2-2-1. 2 on A, 2 on mid, 1 on B. Just simply holding off the anchor on the B side is going to be a tough task within itself, but really doable for sure. As as long as you stay behind right there within the back halls, don't really let yourself be visible rather than just rally the information over for your teammates. And it seems like the information is effectively being rallied at this point because the rotations are coming in full fruition. Will we be seeing it? Yep, yes we do, but Ozarka. Ooh, that's Jared, unfortunately unable to get the kills that he needed. Snakes, though, being the anchor once again, is able to get that kill. Fafu. The life of DJ, and then Snakes gets one more, gets a second one. Will he get the third? Yes, he does. Wow. What a quadra kill right there from Snakes. This is what I was talking about. The anchor on the B side is so important, and the fact that they changed up their default formation as well in order to adjust to what MCS Gaming was having on the scoreboard. Chef's kiss.
There's one more problem here, Dio, or at least one that could be building up. No matter what, whoever loses this round is going to feel it on the money front, or at least if MCS loses one more, after this, they're definitely going to feel it on the money front, and at that point, overtime will be in question. Like, you need to prepare for overtime. It's no longer a time where you can really risk it with your full buys. You need to make them work. Any loss here is worth its price in gold. It's worth double. You're going to lose double if you give up a round. And also, every piece of util that you throw is pretty much worth its price in gold. If it doesn't actually work out, if you whiff it, if you throw it to the roof, to a roof, you're going to feel its costs twice as much. So here we go. Speaking of that util, they're about to set it up to protect the entrance to excavation. They see somebody already. It's Oxarka, and unfortunately, Oxarka seems to be going back to not really killing anyone. And careful with that grenade, Snakes. That's a bit of damage. At least they're able to tag a couple of players here, and of course, the damage has been done. Might still with the lead in the player count though, and the AWP still alive. Oh, not quite the kill.
Yeah, unfortunate miss right there. That is going to give the MCS gaming crew the opportunity in order to maybe make their way inside. Zufafu knows that that angle has to be covered. Why the advance is not happening at this point is because, yep, Snakes could catch you within the intersection, and that bite is venomous or poisonous. It's poisonous, right? Is it poison when... Yeah, it's poisonous, I think so. And somebody's going to correct me within the chat. Voltage, though, able to get that kill on Ogura. Jared gets one on goodbye. Is this going to be... okay, I was about to say, I thought it was going to be, like, an impeccable round, but Jared does go down. However, man... You said it yourself, they're going to feel it within the money front. Yeah, but still, I mean, that loss bonus is accumulating slowly but surely. But I wouldn't be really worried about the loss bonus, but rather the fact that it's getting way too close for comfort before Might gets to that 12th round in their name.
And that's also the last tactical pause for MCS Gaming. Nothing remaining after this one. And so, this is the final chance for everybody to really get their stuff together. And of course, MCS are going to do a very smart buy. I mean, shoutouts to Nufafu playing with a MAC-10. Now, the MAC-10 here could represent some big bang for the possible final round. They will have to play for overtime if they lose it here. But of course, no matter who it is, they need to just keep on winning at this point. If you lose a round, that means that overtime is pretty much on the table. Might can still give one up, but the second you see a 12 on the scoreboard, that means overtime is to be fought for. And here we go. The better distribution of util is going to be for Might. Unfortunately for MCS, they barely have any remaining. Oxarka is the one with the most, but we have seen that he has not been quite as effective, and he's about to fight off against Voltage. It's the AWP versus the AK-47 real soon. And Voltage seems to have a pretty fantastic spot to play with. Unfortunately for Oxarka, he's going to have a very hard time if he decides to move forward. And he is the one leading the pack. Here we go. About to merge. And it appears that they're going to take their sweet time a little bit longer. They throw the molly, they throw a molly, forcing Voltage a little bit backwards. And it's not even Voltage the one to get the kill. They don't land the kill just yet. There you go. Louis finds the first one, but it's just a couple of trades. And they know, of course, that Voltage is within the temple. Does Snakes know? Does Snakes know? He does. Takes care of Nufafu. The MAC-10 did nothing. No bank. No bag for your buck. And now the bomb is being planted too. DJ can't really bank on a kill here as the smoke is protecting everybody from MCS. A second grenade hits the smoke to dissipate it. And in comes the Flash, trying to force Ogura out of his area. Ogura is down, but goodbye with the double kill. Only Voltage remaining. It's the AWP versus the AK, and the AWP wins it! That means that the guys over it might have secured overtime.
What? What kind of peak do you have when you have just really immaculate, pristine position that you know exactly that it's going to be there? You peak with an AWP, you slow peak with the AWP like that on an AK-47 on what could have been possibly the final round in order to tie things up, my man. Oh my goodness. Like, Goodbye had such a good position, but it's just that wonky play, like the one that you expect, like, hey, I'm here, boop, and then you just go in, boop, immediately goes in, gets a shot. That is absolutely detrimental for your mental state, up to a point that Goodbye, being the top fragger right here, tied for first place actually with 3 of his teammates, is now a little bit rattled. No utility within their hands soon either. And of course, everything is going to hit a lot more, even worse if I do say so myself. As simply based off of the fact that the utility right here is going to be so important, lack of, rather in this case, it's going to work out a lot better within their favor. They already made their way towards the site. Thing is, with no utility to be able to flush them out, they can just wait. They can just simply wait and play for the retake at this point. And that's so smart too. We see the shot being fired off. They know where the opera is. They're gonna head back right there. The smoke, the flash isn't gonna work out too much. Louis able to get that first kill. Goodbye though. One more. We see it. Okay, Goodbye gets a second, but not before DJ able to take down Ogura. Or she knows that there's a player coming in right here through excavation, able to get the kill on Jared. And Oxarka, Louis changing to a sidearm actually. Oh no, I mean, Louis does have little to no information right there. And now he's able, he had the correct approach right there, but unfortunately unable to do much. Tune, that is going to be the 12-11. And I need some time. I just need a little bit of time.
It's a complicated one, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very, very difficult spot to be in. DJ with the, what? Max 7? Did I see that right? Oh, it's Jared who's going to play with the Max 7 probably. Dang, son. We are really going to bank it on that? No, he sold it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it was a very, very risky option to go for. Mites, very unfortunate for them. They are now forced to play with 3 MP9s because they needed the AWP. They really had to make that investment. And here comes Snakes, trying to run and gun. He sees the first one, gets the first kill, gets the second out. DJ is the one who gets the second actually on Agura. Are they going to pick up the rifles? I think they have a chance to go and pick up the rifles. The 2 opponents died right there on the entrance of excavation. And of course, MCS knows that they are gonna try and get those rifles for themselves. They have not really emerged, but there you go. Voltage gets the kill and Scorgy. And it appears that no matter what the loadout is, it's all about the coordination. Only Goodbye here standing on A side, and he is gone. And Oxarka, the one with the lowest KD on his team, is the last remaining player to fight. He does find the first kill, but Dio, I don't know, it might be a little too late. DJ still with the MP9. They know where Oxarka is. They know that he is within either the doors or T-ramp. But man, what a complicated position to be in for him. He does not even have the bomb. If DJ decided to emerge here, he would have the upper hand. DJ does emerge. He does not get the kill, but that's 38 HP remaining on Oxarka, and I think that this is pretty much Curtin's deal. The time is still ticking. He could try to make a race happen towards A sites. But I don't know. He would rather commit to B. Yes, he will. He is going to try to shoot his way through.
And that's essentially what you have to do with 30 seconds left on the clock. You can't make the rotation towards the A site without running some risks. Those risks right here are the fact that Voltage is still right there. The fact that Voltage stood his ground for so much time after he had already gotten that kill on Goodbye. And then just said that, yeah, eventually somebody's going to have to poke out again, right? So he just stood there and did not move at all until he saw another player come forth. Even though that map, and or rather that specific side, was a lot within the favor of MCS, might just had the advantage that they needed within the first instances of the half, and that really started to snowball into what was their victory. However, I do have to bring to attention that MCS played that so well too. They could have had everything, but unfortunately, this is what I was talking about. Either you had to win 2-0, because if you didn't, Dust 2 was looming around that corner, and God have mercy on your soul if you're on there.
Especially after such a big momentum gain from MCS. That was looking like a fantastic end of the map, and unfortunately they could not quite close it out, but the pieces were there. Even at the end of the round, I mean, they had a better loadout. They lost against the run and gun MP9s, really, in the first 2 kills. But it is what it is, Dio. Just great coordination from Mike, knowing what they needed to do. Sometimes you just need to throw everything at the table to see what sticks, at the wall to see what sticks, and this time it definitely stuck. But it is what it is, and might have now qualified into the playoffs. MCS are going to have to keep on playing for a little bit longer if they want to reach that same area. But Getting Info and Might are the first two teams invited into that so coveted position, and Lotus FE and then Justified AFE were the first ones gone. So unfortunately, they do have to say goodbye to the series. And this is the end of round 3 as well. We are now headed into round 4, meaning only upper echelon and lower echelon. If you have a negative record, you are this close to elimination. If you have a positive one, you're this close to qualification.
Yeah, only one step of the way, either out or into the next area. But with that being said, the next area will be resumed later on within the week. If I recall correctly, it should be tomorrow, because for today, that was the last match, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you guys very much for being here. We appreciate that. If you have any feedback, you can, of course, go ahead and reach us out on our social media. You can find Toon at Toon Laguna over there on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. And you can also find me on at Saints Dio. But with that being said, Toon, I don't know if you have any other questions before we say our goodbyes.
Well, I think that's about it. Dio, good night, everybody. Thank you for being here. Keep on playing CS2, and tune in tomorrow to see more great action in the North American region of the CCT Season 2. Good night.